Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Was Alive as Villain Rabbit? If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Midoriya Inko moved through her silent house, a smile on her face as she dusted and cleaned it. There wouldn't be so much as a speck of dirt on anything as long as she could help it. Today was a special day, after all. She just had one more place to clean, a room with an All Might nameplate on the door. In big, bold letters, the name Izuku spanned across the length of its surface. She took a deep breath as she turned the doorknob and entered the bedroom that had once belonged to her only son. All Might merchandise was plastered over every inch of the walls, and practically everything had something All Might related on it. On the bed was a single framed photo of Izuku, surrounded by beautiful flowers. Inko smiled at the sight of her son's grinning, freckle-dusted face. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, but she fought them back with a murmur of, "It's already been 8 years, hasn't it? It's been so long." Today was the 8th anniversary of her son's disappearance. "What crappy job are you gonna make me do today, Shigaraki?" In a small, dim bar, several villains sat on bar stools. Behind the counter was a villain that appeared to be nothing more than dark purple smoke wearing a bartender's getup. The group of villains glanced back across the bar towards the figure of a teenage boy slouched in a chair. This boy had green eyes, green hair, and freckles dusting his cheeks. His eyes were dull and glassy, scars and band-aids scattered across his face. Forearms wrapped in blood-stained bandages were crossed loosely across his chest, brows lowered in a glare locked on the silver-haired villain covered in hands. "You're gonna target a few prospective UE students. We can't have them growing up to become more shitty heroes," Shigaraki muttered, tossing an envelope in the boy's direction. He caught it out of the air, then pulled the photos out. He felt a pain in his chest when he saw them. If he'd gotten into UE like he'd always wanted, these would be his classmates. Possibly even his friends. One of them was a boy with half-red half-white hair and a burn scar over his left eye. The second was a photo of a girl with her black hair tied back in a spiky ponytail. The third, Izuku swallowed. The third was his childhood friend, Bakugo Katsuki. He hadn't changed much. He still had that arrogant scowl, teeth bared in a wide grin, explosions coming from his palms. Names were scribbled on each of the photos: Shudo Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, and of course, Bakugo Katsuki. "I'll deal with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. I'm not killing the blonde one," Izuku replied, his tone threatening. Shigaraki laughed coldly. "What, is that an old friend of yours, Rabbit?" Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Drop it?" Izuku snapped. "If you don't kill him, what'll happen to your mother?" Izuku stiffened, his breath hitching in his throat. His blood ran cold, his shoulders stiffening as the ever-present buzz of invasive thoughts in the back of his mind began to grow louder. He bit his lip in silence for a few seconds before sinking into resignation and mumbling, "Fine. Then get your butt moving." Izuku rose to his feet, feeling his ever-present Zippo lighter bouncing in his pocket. After being abducted and manipulated into becoming these villains' lapdog, Izuku had developed his quirk. He'd been thrilled at first to find out that he could redirect and resize fire, but that joy had quickly been clouded over by the realization that his quirk would be used to hurt people. Once again, Izuku silently asked why it had been him. Why had a quirkless runt like himself been taken away from a normal life and moved into this waking nightmare that never ended? As he walked out the door, he glanced at the photos again. These 3 didn't deserve to die. He knew their quirks were likely wonderful, and they didn't look like mean people, other than Kaken, that is. Izuku pulled up his rabbit-eared hood and brought the muzzle-like metal mask over his face. With a hint of excitement, he thought to himself, "Maybe they'll go ahead and kill me. You know, you should really loosen up," Momo said in a teasing tone, elbowing Shuto in the shoulder as he walked alongside her. "Why?" He sighed. "Because you walk around with that deadpan expression on your face all the time and it makes people avoid you. You should smile once in a while." Shuto let out another heavy sigh. He and Momo Yaoyorozu had been friends for several years, and she always insisted on Shudo cracking a smile. He didn't see the need. He wasn't really that happy about anything at the moment, anyways. Like I keep saying, he muttered, I don't see the necessity in it. Momo didn't argue anymore, which Shudo was grateful for. She knew where to draw the line, and she never pushed it. She was his only friend, and a demon good one at that. They continued to chatter about trivial things, such as the weather, what movies Momo thought Shudo should watch, and the like as they walked casually down the busy sidewalk. They were relaxed, completely at ease with the world. Which was exactly why Shudo was so shocked when there was the distant sound of a Zippo lighter, followed by an intense heat radiating from behind the two of them. Shudo spun around just in time to see screaming pedestrians leaping out of the way of a wall of flame. On instinct, Shudo and Momo ducked to the side. He was surprised to see how the flame moved like water, dripping and changing size as if alive. Droplets of flame spattered the sidewalk at their feet. Shudo hissed through his teeth, glaring as the fire changed direction and hurtled directly towards himself and Momo. They didn't notice the tact with which they were herded backwards into a side street until a masked figure stood in the entrance to the alley. Shudo glared. It was a boy, probably around his age, dressed in a green short-sleeved hoodie and sweatpants. He had bright red shoes, a metal mask, rabbit ears on his hood, and blood-stained bandages around his arms. He was surrounded by liquid flame, a Zippo lighter held in his right hand. Shudo immediately sent a wave of ice towards the boy, who flicked his wrist in a horizontal motion. The flame moved like a worm, slamming into the ice horizontally and shattering enough of it to prevent being frozen himself. Shudo braced himself, looking directly at the boy's eyes. He couldn't tell much, and the boy remained as silent as Shudo was. What the hell is going on with this guy? Momo spat from Shudo's right. She'd created a shield and was working on creating a weapon, her eyes focused on the strange assailant. As Shudo opened his mouth to respond, the boy's shoulders drooped and his head lowered. He began walking closer, the massive worm of flame shrinking in size before their eyes. Still, Shudo wasn't taking any chances, casting a sidelong glance at Momo, who gave a tiny nod. She moved in from the boy's left as Shudo ran at him dead-on. This time, Shudo reluctantly used his flame, blasting a fierce column of it straight at the boy. The boy perked up immediately, his worm of flame vanishing as he turned his body sideways and extended a hand towards the inferno that rushed towards him at breakneck speed. Shudo watched, mystified, as the boy managed to redirect the fire as easily as if he were dancing, his feet sliding lightly across the ground and his body moving along with it. The flame slammed into the wall directly above Momo, shattering the wall and throwing debris down over her. Shudo was distracted momentarily, but she managed to dodge most of the rubble. The bits she didn't manage to dodge were easily deflected by her shield. Shudo turned his attention back to the attacker, who seemed to be waiting for his next move. This kid looks like he's about the same age as me, maybe even a bit younger. How'd he wind up doing villain work? Shudo straightened up, perplexed. What should he do about this? This kid fit the description of a young villain named Rabbit who killed silently. His quirk was redirecting and resizing flame, from the news reports. He couldn't create flame himself, which explained the Zippo. The boy raised his head a bit, taking a step forward. Shudo instinctively shot a burst of flame directly at him, but the boy didn't redirect it this time. Instead, he flinched and tried to sidestep. The fire burned the left side of his hood off, leaving the boy stumbling aside with a hiss of pain. Shudo seized the opportunity, closing the distance between them in no time flat. He grabbed the boy by the collar of his hoodie, slamming his back against the wall. The boy bit back a cry of pain, briefly moving as if to shield his face from incoming blows, but his hands dropped to his sides. "Hey!" the boy said in a voice devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Shudo glared into the boy's dull green eyes before noticing the emotions behind the corpse-like gaze. Fear, resignation, despair, nothing positive at all. His face softened a bit. As he lowered the boy enough to let him stand on his own, Shudo kept his grip on the boy's hoodie as he growled. "Rabbit, right? The serial killer?" The boy lowered his head, and in a brief spark of anger he snapped. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you have any idea what you've done? There was a long silence, and Shudo was vaguely aware of Momo approaching from behind. Shudo had almost given up on hearing the boy's voice again until he said something that sent a chill down his spine. Can you just kill me now? It. The boy raised his head again, his eyes filling with tears. Shudo was taken aback, briefly glancing over his shoulder at Momo, who shrugged with a confused look on her face. He glanced back at the boy, who had degenerated into full-on sobbing. Shudo was about to freeze one of his limbs, but thought about it again and chose instead to speak to him. Why are you crying? This is nothing new to you, is it? I didn't want to do it. Shudo braced himself at the sudden shout, but the boy made no move to do anything. He just slid down the wall, grabbing at Shudo's arms in desperation. I never wanted to hurt anyone, but I have no choice. There's always a choice, you know. Momo's voice came from over Shudo's shoulder in a gentle tone. You don't understand. I can't escape. Shudo let go of the boy's hoodie, kneeling down in front of him. This boy reminded him of himself as a young child. Yet, this one wasn't hardened. Despite being under the control of villains from what Shudo could tell, anyways this boy hadn't grown jaded. He'd just given up. We can help you. Shudo said in as close a tone to comforting as he could muster. No, you can't. If I don't kill you both, and if I show up. The boy's broken, dead eyes fixated on Shudo's. His gaze suddenly changed at the drop of a pin, his eyes now hardened and cold as ice. He took a breath, rising to his feet and fixing his stance. He let out a harsh laugh. What in the world am I doing? Crying? Stupid. He said, an insolent smirk spreading across his face. He made his fingers into the shape of a gun and pointed them at Shudo. Watch your back, Todoroki-kun. I won't be allowed to let you go a second time. His green eyes flicked over to Momo and he pointed at her. You too. He turned around to leave, wedging his hands in his pockets along with the Zippo lighter. Yet just before he exited the alleyway, he glanced over his shoulder with a somber smile. You know, you should just focus on becoming heroes as soon as possible. That's what I wanted to do. Come kill me someday, all right? That's the only way you can save me now. Shudo took a step in his direction, opening his mouth to say something, but the boy, Rabbit, had vanished. After that whole ordeal, Izuku felt rather set off. His hands were wedged deep in his pockets, his brows set in an angry glare as he returned to the bar. He'd used the underground water system to return, not feeling up, to dodging bystanders and sneaking around. As he sloshed through the ankle-depth water in the large tunnel, his anger hit a peak. He gritted his teeth, the dull hum of his thoughts becoming an irritating cacophony of dark thoughts, before he flicked open the lighter and ripped the flame from within it. He molded it into another massive rope of flame and threw it around himself at the walls. He screamed out his anger as he blasted holes in the sides of the alley for a full 10 minutes. Once he'd worn himself out, panting heavily and his throat throbbing, he reshaped the flame into a tiny spark and doused it in the water. Then, he took a moment to try clearing the angry thoughts from his head, but they all boiled down to a source. Blowing flame from his mouth, he muttered, Shigaraki Yui. He wanted to burn that man's face off. His teeth ground against one another as he started walking, but he stopped after a few steps. Where the hell am I anyways? He smacked himself in the forehead with his palm, cursing his blind anger for getting himself lost. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh, starting off to look for a manhole ladder. He couldn't stop thinking about those two students he'd confronted, specifically the one named Shudo Todoroki. That one had had a look in his eyes that suggested he'd gone through something similar to what Izuku was still going through. Pain and resignation, as well as the tiniest spark of determination. That boy had also had an icy look in his eyes, no pun intended. If Izuku could provoke anyone to kill him, it would be Todoroki. Maybe Kaken too, now that he thought about it. A small hint of satisfaction warmed Izuku's heart at the thought of his own death. He came across a manhole ladder after about 10 minutes of walking, which he climbed to the surface. After peering around through the slightly raised manhole cover, he slipped out into the vacant road. The whole neighborhood was washed with golden light, the sun having sunk lower in the sky. It was quiet, save for the distant sound of laughing children. Izuku stiffened. This was his old neighborhood. His old home was a block from this spot. His thoughts began to rise up again. Go home. Go back to Shigaraki. Go save Mom. Leave her be. It was like listening to a heated debate, and it was giving him a headache. With a groan, he strained his ears to focus on the sounds of children playing, leaves rustling in the breeze, and the distant barking of a dog in an atamat to drown out the noisy turmoil in his head. His phone buzzed in his pocket, tearing him out of his focus. After taking a quick glance at the screen, Izuku's anger and invasive thoughts returned. The vaguest thrill of satisfaction sparked in his chest as Shigaraki's name tag one Izuku had changed in their two-person-only messaging server showed up on the screen. Dickhead, you'd better be on your way back with those kids' heads. Izuku narrowed his eyes, about to shoot back a snide text, when his phone began to ring. Of course, it was still Shigaraki. Ruefully, Izuku took the call, bringing his phone to his ear. Yeah, what do you want now? He muttered. Don't talk to me like that, you brat. Or what? You gonna decay my arms again? Tough sheet, Hanman, my arms are already too fed up. You decay them much more and you'll have an amputee underling, and then where would you be? Silence on the other end of the line. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now what do you W? Get out of that neighborhood right now. Come back immediately. Fine, Jesus, calm down. Shigaraki started to say something else, but Izuku hung up on him before hearing what he had to say. He'd go back in a short while, after seeing how much had changed. First off, he removed his hoodie, twisted it into a thin roll, and tied it around his waist. It would be tough to walk about normally if he wore the signature hoodie he was known for wearing. He also glanced at his own face in the front camera of his cell phone. It had been far too long since he'd lived here, but he wanted to make extra sure he wouldn't be recognized. Izuku didn't like looking at his own face. His eyes were dull, dark bags hanging under them. His face was littered with all sorts of scars, as well as 4 different band-aids. Sure, he had the same freckles, green eyes, and curly hair, but he looked far different than he used to. His once cleanly cut, fluffy green hair was now unruly, reached his shoulders, and his bangs fell over his eyes. He certainly looked the villain part. And here I judge Shigaraki's appearance. I don't look much different, do I? He let out a sigh, rumpling his own hair so that his bangs covered his eyes. Eyes were the most honest thing, in Izuku's experience. If someone recognized his eyes, his cover would be blown and Inko would be killed. Going against Shigaraki and exploring his old neighborhood after being told to come back would likely end up backfiring horribly, but Izuku wasn't going to interact with anybody. He just wanted to look. He passed by the park where he used to play with Bakugo, stopping to look at it again. It felt like he was walking through a dream, or he'd died and was a ghost wandering aimlessly through his old home. At this point, Izuku was sure he could have been a ghost. He wasn't noticed unless he was committing atrocious acts. A child sitting at the top of the slide noticed him watching and raised her tiny hand to wave at him. For a moment, Izuku was at a loss for what to do. What was one supposed to do when they were waved at? Way back? To hide? He couldn't remember. He hadn't been waved at since he was a child. Don't wave? Run away? Before he noticed what he was doing, his hand was partially raised in a tentative wave. He glanced at his hand in surprise when he noticed it was raised, then back at the girl, who grinned. Izuku let a tiny smile form on his face before moving on down the street. His feet brought him to the chain-link fence where Kaken had once led Izuku and the neighborhood kids on some sort of adventure. For some reason, Kaken had regarded Izuku with seething hatred after Izuku asked if he was okay. This happened after Kaken had fallen off a log into a creek. Izuku didn't see why Kaken would hate him for something so trivial, but then again he was a very petty person. Hey, you're in my effing way. A chill ran up Izuku's spine at that voice. He cast the newcomer a glance out of the corner of his eye, not daring to face him straight on. His instincts were reaffirmed when he saw spiky blonde hair and red eyes. That was definitely Bakugo Katsuki, his childhood friend. Once again, the buzz increased in volume. Run away. Fight. Run away. Kill him. Run away, run away, run away. Izuku took a slow breath in, trying to relieve some of the stress he felt. Bakugo was taller than Izuku now, but he still had the same overconfident stance and disdainful scowl on his face. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Yes, he still had immense respect for Kaken, but he wasn't necessarily thrilled to see him again. Izuku didn't move, instead glancing back at the forest in silence. He could audibly hear Bakugo's teeth grinding. "Hey, are you FNG deaf?" I said. "I heard what you said. There's plenty more space for you to go around me." Izuku found himself saying in a low, slightly threatening tone. "Run away, run away, run away, run away." Bakugo seemed taken aback for a moment, but he let out a low growl. Small explosions popping around his palms indicated just how angry Izuku had made him. "You lookin' for a fight?" "Nah, I'm looking for death," Izuku said with a small laugh. Self-deprecating humor and sarcasm had become his specialty during his time with Shigaraki's small band of villains. Bakugo had no response to that, but Izuku could practically sense the anger radiating off his body. He let out a breath, finding it hard to keep a grip on this cold facade, and turned to walk past Bakugo. Izuku briefly grabbed the blonde's shoulder as he passed with a soft murmur of, "I'll see you later, Katsuki." Evidently baffled, Bakugo just stared as Izuku walked away. He didn't bother going to see his old home, there was too much risk of his mother recognizing him outside. He just started heading back to the bar, wondering what kind of torment Shigaraki was going to inflict on him this time. His thoughts were deafening. There was a knock at Inko's door, at the same time she was removing a small chocolate cake from the oven. She used her foot to close the oven door, sliding the hot cake pan onto the counter as she quickly made her way over to the front door. When she opened it, there was another woman standing there, with a confident smile on her face. She had spiky, light blonde hair and red eyes, just like her son's. She held a massive bouquet of multicolored wildflowers in her hands, dressed rather nicely. "Hey there. I brought these for you and Izuku, but Katsuki wouldn't come, the little sheet," she greeted, dipping her head briefly to Inko. She waved her hands frantically in front of her, shaking her head. I can't accept these, you really don't have to bring things. You say this every year, but it's not gonna change my mind, Inko. Your son was a large part of our family's lives too. I'm going to bring you something every year, you know that." Mitsuki Bakugo sighed as she invited herself in. Inko smiled gratefully at her, following her to Izuku's room. Neighbors had already stopped by throughout the day to bring Inko gifts and to lay more flowers in her son's room. Inko stood in the doorway, one hand resting gently on the doorframe as she watched Mitsuki lay the flowers on her son's bed. Once she'd done that, she placed her hands together and whispered a small prayer, too softly for Inko to hear. She often wondered what the usually confident and loud woman said, but Mitsuki had always said that it was a secret. She finished her prayer, spinning around and smiling in Inko's direction. She briefly touched the shorter woman's shoulder as she made her way into the kitchen. Inko let out a soft breath and followed. The two were sitting down at the kitchen table drinking coffee in silence when Mitsuki murmured, 8 years, H? When he turns up, you're gonna have a lot to talk about." Inko laughed sadly, replying with, "I appreciate the optimism, Mitsuki, but..." Mitsuki held up a hand with a sudden H noise. When Inko stopped speaking, Mitsuki met her eyes levelly. "You can't say negative shit out loud, Inko. That's practically speaking out your future. You're gonna wake up every day and you're gonna tell yourself, my son will come home. You got me?" Inko lowered her gaze for a moment, but Mitsuki let out a loud groan, slamming her open palm on the table. "You can't give up, Inko. You've got to keep some faith in that son of yours. He knows how to take care of himself. I mean, for God's sakes, he dealt with my son's bullshit attitude for how many years? So you promise me right now that you're not gonna give up on that boy of yours." Inko met her friend's gaze, feeling her eyes welling up with tears again. A smile spread across her face at Mitsuki's words. "Thank you for that, Mitsuki." Mitsuki waved a hand dismissively, but she also wore a smile. Don't start crying, because you're gonna make me cry." Inko couldn't hold the tears back. She started crying across the table from Mitsuki, who smiled sympathetically at her as she rose from her seat. She moved to stand next to Inko, then gently hugged her. Yeah, I know it hurts. But he's gonna come back, he's gonna come back. Mitsuki wouldn't give anyone a sense of false hope. Her instincts had never been wrong, and her instinct told her that Izuku was far too resourceful and clever to possibly be dead. She was positive that boy would turn up someday. Someday soon. I'm back, Izuku said, more out of habit than anything else. Shigaraki was never happy to see him. Nobody was. He was just another existence that hung around like an unloved pet. Shigaraki has habitually scraping the nails of his right hand against his neck. Izuku narrowed his eyes. The silver-haired villain was definitely set off. He stopped in the entrance to the main room of the bar, locking eyes with Shigaraki. You went to your old neighborhood, didn't you? He growled. You've got a tracker in this stupid phone. I thought it was obvious. Izuku responded. He hoped it wasn't obvious that he was straining to quell the cacophony of angry, fearful, and apprehensive thoughts bubbling up in the back of his mind like a river. The tension in the room could have been cut with a knife. Shigaraki's eyes burned with anger, and Izuku's remained icy cold. God, Izuku wanted to kill him. His thumb rubbed the Zippo lighter in his pocket, ready to flick it open at the drop of a pin. If I wasn't in a decent mood today, I'd have your mother killed right now, but what can you offer me in exchange? Kurojiiri and Shigaraki both stared at Izuku, waiting for an answer. After a moment, Izuku glared and flipped up his middle finger. I can say, is that enough? The two villains exchanged a glance, then looked back to Izuku with sinister looks. His angry resolve faltered a bit as he lowered his hand. What? He spat. I've figured out a suitable punishment. Come here. Izuku's ears began to ring. Inko was just putting the last few pieces of cake in the fridge when there was another knock at the door. She'd made the cake because she anticipated visitors and wanted to be hospitable, but few people took her offer. They didn't want to impose on her on this certain day, but she always made cake anyways. She headed for the door, wondering who on earth could be coming to her house after dark. When she opened it, she recognized someone who she hadn't seen in a long time. A gaunt, golden-haired man wearing a nice suit stood there with a small, elegant bouquet of white flowers. Inko brought a hand to her mouth in shock, with a gasp of, "All might?" You can call me Toshinori. I've missed laying flowers for the boy for too long, haven't I, Mrs. Midoriya? It had been 5 years since he'd visited to lay flowers for her son, and although he'd never met Izuku, he'd been part of the search and rescue effort that attempted to find him. He'd come to visit her often and keep her company when he was placed on standby. For the first 3 years after Izuku's abduction, Yagi Toshinori had come and laid flowers for Izuku, but crime overseas had forced him to miss the anniversary for 5 years. They'd kept in contact through phone and postcards, and he'd wished her well every year, but all of a sudden here he was. No, please don't worry too much. Come in, she exclaimed, flustered. He walked alongside her to Izuku's room, a subtle confidence in his stride and a gentle smile on his face. He entered the room slowly, looking around as if this was the first time entering. He'd always tried, Inko noticed, to learn everything he could about Izuku. It was absolutely touching that this complete stranger, her son's idol, took more interest in her son than her husband ever had. Her husband rarely called, while Toshinori took time out of his day to call her every few days or so to make sure she was doing well. If Inko was being honest with herself, she had quite the fond opinion of him. Toshinori walked slowly through the room, running his hand along the posters on the wall, inspecting every little thing in hopes of understanding the boy more. Inko smiled at him as he came to a stop in front of the bed. He closed his eyes with a solemn exhale, resting the flowers carefully next to the flowers Mitsuki Bakugo had left. He, too, said a quiet prayer before leaving the room almost reluctantly. I can make some tea if you'd like. Or coffee, Inko offered. Toshinori met her eyes with a nod. That would be nice, Mrs. Midoriya. She laughed gently as she reached for the kettle. You don't need to keep up the formalities, you've referred to me by my first name before. She sighed. Toshinori laughed awkwardly. Well, It would feel a bit odd to be so casual with you after not speaking with you in person for so long. Fair enough, but please don't worry yourself over it. I don't mind. We're friends after all. She left the kettle boiling on the stove as she took a seat at the table. Toshinori sat down across from her with a sigh. Every time I see his room, I'm reminded of how much I want to meet this extraordinary son of yours. He began, lacing his fingers together on the table. I'm sure if he knew you were chatting with me all these years, he'd scream in excitement. She laughed in response, remembering how excited Izuku used to get whenever All Might showed up on TV. Toshinori also laughed at her statement, although slightly less enthusiastically. He lowered his gaze, his grip on his fingers tightening as he furrowed his brow. I wish I could have been there in time to save him. Please don't blame yourself, especially since it's been so long since he. But I do blame myself. As the symbol of peace, I'm supposed to protect those who can't protect themselves. They need to be able to have faith in me in their time of need. Yagi Toshinori. His gaze snapped up to Inko, his eyes widening at her tone. Her brows were set in a line, her gaze stern. You can't be expected to do everything on your own. You're a person after all, and you aren't the only hero out there. Take pride in what you have been able to do. You've done so much for the world as you are, and I'm certain that Izuku wouldn't want you to blame yourself for his abduction. It's nobody's fault. She stated firmly. Toshinori held her gaze for a long few moments. Their silence was broken by the kettle beginning to emit a high-pitched squeal, which snapped Inko out of her resolve. She blinked once, jumping out of her chair and spinning on her heel to lower the heat on the stove. Toshinori let out a small sigh, smiling as he remembered just why he was so fascinated by Inko Midoriya. At first it had been out of a sense of duty and regret that he'd come to spend time with her. He'd hoped that visiting her would ease the pain he felt in his chest for being unable to save Izuku. Now, although the pain was still there, he visited her for some other unusual reason he couldn't explain. He felt at ease around her, and he felt an intense need to make sure she was all right. He wanted to avoid jumping to conclusions, but perhaps he'd developed feelings for her somewhere along the road. Toshinori, are you listening? Inko exclaimed, snapping him out of his thoughts. My apologies, I was thinking about stuff. Stuff? Why yeah. Inko searched his face for a short while before sighing. Honestly, you should have gone home to bed before coming here. You didn't have to make yourself come over here while you were tired. She laughed, a slightly teasing tone in her voice. Toshinori held up his hands, exclaiming, I didn't force myself to come here, it's no trouble at all. All right then if you say so. I'm being serious. I'm sure you are, Yagi. Now, what kind of tea would you like? Inko laughed again. Toshinori smiled, rising to his feet. I can make it. You can sit down. No, you are a guest in my house and I'll be hospitable. Please let me make my own at least. I'd feel odd if you. Please sit down. Toshinori held up his hands in mock surrender with an awkward laugh. Okay, I'll sit down. Inko rolled her eyes, although there was a smile on her face. You're too kind for your own good. Well, at least I have that going for me. Please stop talking about yourself like that. You've got very many admirable qualities and you shouldn't speak negatively about yourself. Toshinori blinked in surprise, lowering himself into the chair again. Inko was just as kind as ever, but this statement took him by surprise. As she happily used her quirk to hand Toshinori his drink, Izuku was in a far less comfortable situation. Are you serious? Izuku shouted. He was seated at one of the tables, his scarred and deformed right arm held down against it. The one who held it down was Kurojiiri, and Izuku would have normally been able to wrench his arm free, but it was either this or his mother's life. He swallowed, a wave of nausea welling up in his stomach. Okay, can you at least, duct tape my arm down or something? If you have the guts to flip me off, you have the guts to stay effing still. His hand was palm down on the table, his hand closed into a fist, save for one finger. His middle finger was straight out front, the very same finger he'd used to flip off Shigaraki minutes earlier. He couldn't form a single thought over the deafening noise inside his head. All he could hear were dozens of scared, angry, and apprehensive thoughts, all screaming something different as his ears started to ring. Shigaraki was fiddling around inside a drawer behind the counter, clearly agitated. Izuku knew he'd gone way too far with the flipping Shigaraki off thing. He swallowed again, glancing to Kurogyari for any hint of hope. Kurogyari wasn't the most friendly thing ever, but he was more reasonable than Shigaraki. Still, there was no prayer of Izuku getting out of this. Shigaraki found what he was looking for with a satisfied sigh, slamming the drawer closed. In his hand, as he walked around the counter towards Izuku and Kurogyari, was a large knife. Izuku wanted to scream, but that would make things worse. He felt like throwing up, but that would also be bad. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be like getting a needle. Like ripping off a band-aid. Yeah. I'm gonna be okay. No, this is not going to be okay. Run away, scream, cry, be quiet, say nothing, scream, speak, cry for help. Shigaraki held the blade a few inches over Izuku's extended finger. Izuku looked away from it, trying to hide the panic attack he was currently having. Of course, the hyperventilation and shivering gave it away. You were talking real tough earlier. Where'd that confidence go, rabbit? Izuku said nothing. He couldn't form a coherent thought, let alone a word. When the blade came down and severed Izuku's finger at the knuckle, Izuku screamed like he'd never screamed before. The pain was horrendous. It was something Izuku wouldn't wish on anyone, except for Shigaraki himself. Yeah, he definitely wanted Shigaraki to suffer like this. Kurogyari and Shigaraki released Izuku, who slumped to the floor and threw up from the pain. It radiated up his arm, left pools of blood on the floor, and made him dizzy. He briefly looked at his hand, hyperventilating at the sight of it. Maybe you'll think twice about defying me next time, you effing brat. Izuku hardly caught that last growl from Shigaraki before losing consciousness. At least the voices in his head had ceased to exist for a while. So you kids saw the rabbit's face? Shuto nodded solemnly, his mouth set in a line as he stood across the counter from a police officer at a police station. Momo was beside him with the same determined look, and yet the officer let out a hysterical laugh. Shuto narrowed his eyes in irritation, and the two of them waited for the police officer to calm down. Once he had regained most of his composure, he wiped the tears from his eyes. There's no way that outright monster would let a couple of kids survive. Go home and find something better to do with your time, he said, although in a light-hearted tone. Shuto let out an exasperated sigh. He didn't like using this method, but he'd likely get farther with the cop if he did. As the police officer took a sip of his coffee, Shuto stated, "My name is Shoto Todoroki and Endeavor is my father. Now, could you please take this matter more seriously? It should have been taken seriously from the start." The officer choked on his coffee at the mention of Endeavor's name. He looked Shuto up and down, eyes wide with shock. After a few moments, he cleared his throat and stuttered, My apologies, Toru. Hang on." The man reached into a drawer, withdrawing a few sheets of paper, before standing up and walking around the counter. He gestured towards a silver door with a murmur of, "Right this way," before murmuring a few words to another officer, something about an artist. Once inside the room, Momo and Shoto sat at the single table in the room, directly across from the officer. "How long ago did you encounter Rabbit?" "It must have been just over 2 hours ago," Momo began, to which Shuto nodded seriously. The officer scribbled down something on one of the sheets of paper before continuing. "Were you able to determine his quirk?" "Definitely pyrokinesis, but he carried a silver Zippo lighter as well. I don't think he can use his quirk unless fire is already present." Shuto responded clearly. The officer hummed thoughtfully, then stated, "Describe the incident." Shuto and Momo exchanged a glance before Momo murmured, "You tell it. You were the one who fought him." "All right. We were coming home from school when we were singled out from the crowd and attacked. We were chased down an alley." Shuto went through the whole story in intricate detail, the incident still fresh in his mind. The way Rabbit moved like a seasoned pro, his hesitation when faced with the task of killing them, how Shuto had burned away half of his hood, how surprisingly young Rabbit was, the whole thing. He watched the officer's face as he spoke, and he noticed how the officer seemed increasingly more agitated as he spoke, like he knew something, or was being reminded of something. He let out a heavy sigh when Shudo finished, leaning back in his chair and scanning the notes he'd taken. Well, I'm starting to think of something that happened 8 years ago, but I'm not sure, so I won't say what it is yet. Let's go into his appearance now, shall we? He said in a heavy tone, rising to his feet and walking over to the door. He cracked it open a bit, murmuring a few words. A few moments later, a slender woman with red hair walked in behind him, holding a sketchpad and a couple pencils. She had a serious look on her face as she sat down beside the officer. The forensic artist. Could you please describe what he looked like? The officer asked as the artist readied her pencil. Shudo glanced at Momo, asking her quietly if she wanted to describe Rabbit, but she shook her head. You saw him up close. You go ahead. Well, the officer held Shudo's gaze as he spoke, although he glanced over at what the artist was doing every once in a while. Shudo finished speaking after a few minutes, but it took the artist a little while longer to finish her sketch. Yet, when she was done, she furrowed her brow at the image. She leaned over to whisper into the officer's ear, whose face paled at the sight of her sketch. They kept whispering in an agitated manner until Shudo cleared his throat. The pair glanced at him in perfect sync. So what's the verdict? Momo asked. Well, there's a slim chance that Rabbit could connect it to an incident that occurred 8 years ago. We're talking very slim. Hang on, the officer whispered something into the artist's ear, who showed Shudo and Momo the drawing. Is this what Rabbit looked like? The artist asked. It was an unbelievable likeness to Rabbit, Shudo thought, and exchanged a glance with Momo to confirm his judgment. She nodded as Shudo responded, that's exactly what he looked like. The officer and artist exchanged a tense look before looking back at Shudo and Momo. Thank you for your time. We'll have this information brought to the higher-ups right away and we'll call you if anything happens. What number would you like us to contact you at? Shudo recited his own cell phone number. He didn't need Endeavor butting into this unless he was specifically dispatched to take care of Rabbit. Even so, his nails dug into his palm. Shudo knew that Rabbit was being honest when he said he didn't want to hurt people. The boy's arms were covered in bandages stained with blood from beneath. Unspeakable things were likely happening to him, and if he tangled with Endeavor, he'd definitely end up with even more injuries. The officer thanked Momo and Shudo before sending them on their way. Momo immediately headed home, as her parents were worried about where she was, so Shudo began walking home. For the rest of the evening, right up until he fell asleep in his own bed, his head was filled with thoughts about Rabbit. I wonder if we'll meet again. Get up! A swift kick in the ribs, paired with that awful voice, was what woke Izuku from his pain-induced slumber the following morning. As soon as he woke up, he was aware of the pain still radiating up his arm. His breath hitched. Yeah, this was probably the worst injury he'd received. Well, the most painful at least. That was definite. He rose to his feet with a groan, noticing that nobody had moved him from where he'd passed out on the floor the previous night. His thoughts remained at a low buzz, gathered at the back of his mind. This, at least, was nice. What the hell is it now, for God's sakes? Izuku snapped. The pain, coupled with the fact that he hadn't eaten since the previous morning, was making him very, very irritable. Your goddamn face is all over the news. Shigaraki snapped, cuffing Izuku up the side of his head. Izuku shook his head from the hit, glancing past Shigaraki to where a small TV buzzed with news. For a moment, Izuku caught sight of a photo of himself. Outdated, as it had been taken when he was living a normal life, followed by a blurred photo of himself in his usual costume. Rabbit. A report from 2 middle schoolers last night confirmed that the killer, Rabbit, could be a key player in the incident of Izuku Midoriya's disappearance nearly a decade ago. His status has been changed from apprehend, dead or alive, to capture alive. Anyone who has information regarding the Rabbit will receive. Izuku swallowed, his eyes darting between Shigaraki and the television. What was going to happen now? What would Shigaraki do? I should cut off your whole hand, you complete idiot. Izuku's head grew noisier. Kill him. Run away. Talk back. Say nothing. But I'll wait. This is going to make your life a lot more difficult, isn't it? This is punishment in itself. Izuku almost let out a sigh of relief, but remained silent. He flinched when Shigaraki raised his hand and gestured towards the door. Get out of my sight. Don't come back for a week. I'll issue you tasks here and there when I come up with them. Let's see how well you do out there on your own, rabbit. Izuku couldn't have been more thankful to be out of Shigaraki's vicinity for such a long PRD. Although, he knew it wasn't going to be easy without a hiding place. He'd have to secure that first. No, he had to deal with this wound first. Okay, I'll just deal with this first, he began, but he was cut off abruptly. Are you dense? I said get out. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but shut it again. There was no point in arguing and he didn't know if Shigaraki would go back on his word and force him to stay. So, he turned and left. The sun was hardly up, the sky still dark. It was probably around 5 in the morning. This was good. He had some time to try securing a place to stay. His hand could wait. Right now, the fact that it was still sluggishly dripping blood didn't matter. What mattered was hiding. Trying not to jostle his right arm, he removed his hoodie, wincing as he did so. Again, he started to tie it around his waist like he'd done the previous night. He'd also have to change his image somehow so he could go around in broad daylight to look for supplies, sheet. He'd also have to find some kind of food and water source or he'd die of dehydration. This was going to be difficult. He dropped his hoodie as it brushed his wound. He gripped his wrist, letting a string of curse words slip through his gritted teeth. Now that he looked it straight on, he could see exposed bone. He swallowed down the taste of bile, trying not to move any of the fingers on his right hand. He felt lightheaded, probably from blood loss. Shock was also likely. This is really bad. He needed medical attention, but he'd be asked about the circumstances leading to the loss of his finger. He cursed again, reaching down to pick up his hoodie. He paused for a moment, then simply tossed it on the ground in front of the bar's door. Shigaraki could well deal with that himself. Izuku's spares were in the bar, but he did have a bit of money in his pocket. He could deal with his appearance and buy some clothes at a thrift store. No, food and water were more important. Wait, if he was recognized while buying food and water. The noise in his head made it hard to think. Izuku groaned in exasperation. Just when he thought his life couldn't get any shittier, he decided it was best to just get moving and find someplace to hide before it got too light out. It would be worse for him if he was seen in broad daylight. With a sigh, he took one last glance at his wound and stepped out of the dark alley. He scoured this whole part of town before he found something in the park that could be a shelter if you squinted at it hard enough. Or if you were high. Either way, Izuku had found the remnants of a fallen tree stump that had begun to fall over about 100 meters from the nearest path. Underneath its tangle of roots was a deep hole that was somewhat sheltered from the elements. Keyword was somewhat. Well, it's still better than staying with Shigaraki. Izuku tested out the hole, finding that when he sat down in it with his legs crossed, he could barely see over the lip of the hole. This was good. Even if someone stumbled past while he was sleeping, they wouldn't see him. Lying down was a little bit cramped, and it was difficult with his exposed injury, but it was tolerable. Now that he'd found a place to stay, it was time for him to deal with his appearance. Maybe he'd cut his hair. A hat would be enough. A hat and a hoodie. Perfectly fine. He made his way quietly out of the bushes, stepping onto the cement path through the woods which he'd used to get here. Seeing as it was 6 in the morning, Izuku wasn't expecting to see anyone up. He was in for a surprise when he stepped out onto the path and was almost run over by Shudo Todoroki, who looked just as shocked as Izuku. He wore a dark gray and white tracksuit, white earbuds in his ears. Shudo sighed in exasperation, reaching up to remove the earbuds from his ears. Izuku was almost unsettled by how calmly and casually Todoroki was dealing with this encounter, if he was being honest. As soon as I run into you once, I'm cursed to run into you forever, is that what this is? Honestly, Shudo was tense. Very tense. He was sure that Rabbit wasn't going to attack without reason or without being ordered to, but it was good to stay on guard. At his words, Rabbit let out a breath that could have been a laugh. Who in God's name goes for a run this early? Who in God's name comes crawling out of the woods covered in mud this early? Shudo replied without skipping a beat. Rabbit shrugged with a half-smile, although his expression was just as sorrowful as it was the day before. Fair enough. Shudo tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow just a bit. So what are you doing actually? He asked. Rabbit pursed his lips. He lowered his gaze, moving his right hand behind his back. Shudo tensed, but Rabbit made no move to suggest he was reaching for a weapon. He ran his left hand through his unruly, bedraggled green hair before mumbling, I was, he furrowed his brow before sighing. All right, my superior was really set at me for not killing you and Yaoyorozu yesterday. Don't regret letting you guys live, but F dash. As he spoke, it seemed that his right hand brushed against something. This was what prompted the sudden flinch and exclamation. Shudo took a step forward, but Rabbit backed up 2 steps, bringing both hands up in a gesture of, stay back. This was when Shudo noticed that Rabbit had only 9 fingers. Oh my god, what happened to your finger? Rabbit bit his lip, hurriedly bringing his right hand behind his back again. He didn't say anything, which made Shudo a little annoyed. Not telling me what happened won't make it go away, you know. Fine then, don't tell me what happened. Just let me try treating it. He sighed. Rabbit paused, his eyes clouding. Shudo raised an eyebrow. It took him a moment to figure out what Rabbit was doing, but it made perfect sense when he formed a conclusion. Rabbit probably doesn't know what to do in social interactions. He's probably been following orders all his life. All right then, if you can't figure it out yourself, then I'm taking this as an affirmative to help. Shudo muttered as he again tried to approach Rabbit. The boy remained dead silent, instinctively stepping back with every step Shudo took forward. He stopped and Rabbit stopped. With a frustrated groan, he grumbled, Listen, you're not helping matters here. Stop for a second. He stepped forward again. Rabbit took 2 steps back, an awkward look on his face. Shudo brought his hand to his face in a colossal facepalm. For the love of God, he groaned loudly before looking between his fingers at Rabbit. This was going to be an experience. He lowered his hand, thinking about his next move. Well, Rabbit seemed to have been horrendously abused for a long time at least. This level of injury and rejection of human contact was worse than just an accident and social anxiety. Shudo knew abuse firsthand as well, and the signs were certainly all there. He paused to think about it for a moment. Okay, think of him as a scared animal. Shudo held out his palms below Rabbit's face level with a murmur of, I'm not going to hurt you, all right? Rabbit screwed up his mouth, brows furrowing as he seemed to think about it. I'm sorry. He mumbled. Don't apologize. I understand. He took a slow step towards Rabbit, who no longer moved away. Then another. And another. Now, he stood directly in front of Rabbit, who looked anxious about Shudo's closeness. He lowered his gaze, glancing down at Rabbit's bloody hand. His hand moved towards it just a bit before he met Rabbit's green eyes and asked, Could you show me where you're staying? I'll treat it there. Whyya? Rabbit turned, the pain evident in the way his face twisted ever so slightly, and led the way directly into the trees. Shudo navigated through the undergrowth behind him, dodging whipping branches, sidestepping mud puddles, and trying not to trip over roots. Rabbit eventually stopped in a tiny clearing, in front of an old stump about the size of a car. Underneath it was a hole, lined with ripped-up grass. Shudo couldn't help but remark, You look like you're participating in that one show where they get people to try living out in the wilderness. There's a show like that? Yeah. I think it's called Survivor, or something. Rabbit turned to Shudo, an unsure look about him as he stammered, what do I do? Shudo approached Rabbit again, kneeling down on the grass and patting the ground beside him. Rabbit seemed to know what that meant, at least. The pair of them remained silent as Shudo carefully reached for Rabbit's wrist. He flinched at the touch, but didn't resist as Shudo raised his bandaged hand and turned it over to look at what was left of the finger. He wasn't aware of the expression on his own face until Rabbit quietly asked, Are you okay? You look upset. Shudo shook himself, replying with, Yes, I'm fine. What happened? Rabbit trailed off, glancing off to the side. Shudo sighed, not expecting an answer, as he carefully began to unravel the extensive bandaging on Rabbit's arm. When the green-haired boy responded again, Shudo almost jumped at the sound. "That's just what happens when I screw up." Shudo's face scrunched a bit in sympathy, his eyes falling on the exposed skin of Rabbit's arms. At the sight of the uneven, scarred skin, he murmured, "I know that feeling." He was aware of Rabbit watching him as he looked at his arms. "Is that what happened with that scar on your face?" the boy asked. It was Shudo's turn to set his mouth in a line and say nothing. He instead mumbled something about cleaning the wound, rising to his feet. "I'm gonna run to the store and grab some medical supplies. You need anything?" he asked. Rabbit held his gaze for a long several seconds before averting his gaze with a nod. He was just about to head on his way when Rabbit spoke in a small voice. "Sorry, that was insensitive of me. I won't ask about the scar again." Shudo ran a hand through his hair with a sigh as he replied, No, don't apologize. I pressed you to tell me what happened to your finger, so it only made sense that you ask about my scar. I'll tell you one of these days." "Okay. So like I was asking, is there anything you need?" "I don't know. I can do it myself." "You're saying that, but what's the truth?" Rabbit's gaze briefly glittered with defiance before he seemed to remember the situation he was in. Sighing, he mumbled, "I don't have any food. Or water. I'll get some clothes for myself though. I have a bit of money, so don't buy me any clothes." Shudo made an affirmative noise before turning to leave. He left then, retracing their steps back down the path. It was a weekend, so there was no need to worry about being late for school. As for Endeavor, Shudo would make something up. Actually, he paused as soon as he stepped out onto the path, a perplexed expression on his face. "Why am I going so far for this? Villain?" He shook himself. "No, he's not a villain. He's being forced into it, just like I'm." He made his way down the cement as he broke off that thought. This was a one-time thing. That was all. He reached down into his pocket, withdrawing his phone. After unlocking it, he browsed the internet as he walked. First aid for amputated finger. He made a mental list of all the supplies he'd need, feeling a bit apprehensive as he read through the article he found. Inko sat across the table from Tashinori, both hands wrapped around a mug of tea. She furrowed her brow as she looked down at the mug. Her grip tightened ever so slightly. "So they're going to start looking for Izuku again?" Inko asked in a guarded tone. She was fairly sure about what Tashinori meant by, "We may have found another clue as to Izuku's whereabouts," but she didn't want to get her hopes up. Tashinori nodded. Inko let out a relieved sigh, feeling a heavy weight lift from her heart. She wanted to cry, but she withheld her tears. She'd been crying enough, and it was far too early in the day for crying. She re-evaluated her mindset, however, when she saw Tashinori looking like he was on the verge of tears as well. She let out a gentle laugh. "One could swear it was your own son who disappeared, looking at the expression you're making now. In many ways, I think of him as my own. I hope that doesn't sound odd, considering he and I have never met." He responded softly. Inko waved a hand dismissively with a smile. "No, I don't mind at all. I'm sure he'd be thrilled to know that you think of him like that." As she said that, Tashinori met her gaze with a determined look. "I swear to you, I will bring him home," he stated. Inko again smiled at him with every ounce of gratitude she had. "Thank you, Tashinori." Tashinori dipped his head to her briefly. There were multiple reasons he was trying so hard to find Izuku Midoriya, and Inko knew all of these. The biggest reason was his sense of failure. He hadn't been able to save Izuku before, and he felt he owed Inko for that one. He'd also taken an immense interest in this remarkable boy, supposedly quirkless yet still trying to become a hero. He'd also inexplicably grown an attachment to Izuku, and he wanted to know if the boy was a worthy successor. He'd come to the city again because there was apparently a UA student that would be an excellent successor, but he let out a sigh, taking a sip of his tea. He didn't have much longer as a hero, and he wasn't sure how long he'd have to find Izuku before something happened to him. Finding him quickly would help solve several issues, and Tashinori would do everything in his power to find Izuku and bring him home. Shudo returned to Izuku's stump about 45 minutes later with several plastic shopping bags of supplies. Izuku let out an exasperated groan upon noticing that one of the bags contained clothing. "I told you not to buy me clothes." "Well, I did. So you're going to have to deal with it." Shudo responded flatly, sitting down on the grass beside Izuku. "I also checked you into a motel under the name Usagi Sadu. You should stay someplace better than this." Izuku stared at Shudo incredulously. "Geez, what are you, rich?" he exclaimed. Shudo didn't look up from what he was doing with the bags as he muttered, "My father is Endeavor. He's got a bit of money." Izuku let out a soft, "You're Endeavor's son?" "Yes." "The Endeavor? Number 2 hero?" "Unfortunately, yes." "No wonder you have such a cool quirk." Izuku sighed as Shudo grasped his wrist again and inspected his hand. "I'd prefer not to talk about my quirk." "Why not?" "It's so cool. Mine's just pyrokinesis, and it's difficult to control unless I have a fire source already, but you've got hot and cold. You can create fire and ice. It's awesome." "Endeavor isn't what you think he is, Rabbit." Izuku went quiet at that, and he assumed it wasn't good to press the matter further. Shudo's tone had changed from soft and gentle to quiet and cold in an instant, and even with Izuku's lackluster communication skills, he could tell that his tone left no room for argument. Shudo pulled out a bottle of water with a deep breath. "Alright, this is gonna hurt. A lot. You might want to scream into this." He handed Izuku a pale blue zip-up hoodie from the bag of clothing. Izuku took it in his hands with a confused expression. "What?" Shudo asked. "Screaming into stuff helps the pain?" Shudo took in a deep breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. Izuku was bad at communicating and Shudo appeared to be bad at dealing with people. It was almost comforting. "And no, it's just, look, it's better for you to scream out loud and use something to muffle the sound than to try holding it back. Haven't you ever screamed into a pillow? Or something?" Izuku lowered his gaze. "No. Oh, sorry." He raised his gaze a little bit to look at Shudo's face again. In spite of the scar, his face was, how should he put it, Shudo's face was pretty? Yeah, that was the word. He didn't regard Izuku with pity either. He just showed quiet sympathy, as if he'd experienced this kind of treatment before. Judging by the burn scar, he probably had experienced it. "Well, I'm gonna clean the wound now. You might want to get ready for the screaming thing." Shudo sighed, briefly meeting Izuku's eyes. He nodded, bringing the balled-up sweater to his face as Shudo opened the squirt cap of the water bottle. Shudo had been right. The pain was unimaginable. Shudo hadn't heard this kind of screaming since he'd received his own burn scar. All he could say was that it wasn't a pleasant sound. At all. He really wanted to plug his ears, but he had to finish treating the injury. The water rinsed dirt and grime from Rabbit's injury as his fingers dug into the hoodie he held in his left hand. For a moment, he wobbled sideways and Shudo prepared to grab him if he fell. Rabbit managed to right himself after a second, just as Shudo finished rinsing the wound. He held up the boy's trembling hand a bit to make sure he'd gotten all the dirt out before letting out a relieved breath and murmuring, "All right, that's done. You can take the sweater away from your face now." Slowly, Rabbit lifted his head. Shudo almost jumped at how ghostly pale his face had turned, immediately worried that he'd done the wrong thing. He reached for his phone, immediately looking at the first aid article he'd been reading. No, it looked like this was to be expected. Great, he's going into shock. At least I prepared for it. Listen, I might need to call you an ambulance if you're going into shock, he said in a soft voice, enunciating his words clearly in case Rabbit wasn't able to hear him properly. He shook his head as if to clear it before reaching out his left hand towards Shudo and gingerly grabbing the sleeve of his jacket. Rabbit met his eyes, his words slurred as he mumbled, "No, you can't even speak properly." "No, I'm fine." "You aren't." Shudo ignored his next protests, reaching for the small first aid kit he'd picked up at the pharmacy. After opening it up, he rifled around until he found some wads of gauze and a roll of tensor bandage. Carefully, he molded the gauze around the injury, careful not to let the gauze touch it directly. Once that was done, he wrapped Rabbit's hand, fingers, and forearm in the bandage. Is that too tight? No. Shudo sat back, admiring his handiwork for a moment before admitting, I'm glad this worked out all right, because if I'm being honest, I had no idea what I was doing. I'm still pretty much improvising. But, apparently you're supposed to keep your blood sugar up? I don't know. You did purely good. Rabbit mumbled, shaking his head again before banging the side of his head with his left hand a few times. He was as irritated by the shock as Shudo was, which was comforting in a weird way. Shudo smiled a tiny bit, reaching into another bag and withdrawing a travel mug of very sugary tea. He didn't know how much sugar was needed, so he just added close to a tablespoon. The travel mug was an additional purchase because he didn't feel like carrying a paper travel cup. Handing it to Rabbit, he murmured, I brought this for you. At least drink some of it. Rabbit carefully brought it to his face, popping it open with his teeth, before taking a small sip. He immediately grimaced, spitting it out. Oh God, that's nasty. I said to drink it. You're kidding me. I mean, go ahead and die of shock if you want. I'm just saying, you'd be doing a lot better if you drank some of that. Shudo sighed, shrugging his shoulders. Rabbit gave him a withering look, the complaint crystal clear in his gaze. Are you serious? Shudo found the corner of his mouth tilting upward in a smirk for a moment as Rabbit let out an exasperated groan. He began to sip it reluctantly, gagging in an exaggerated manner every once in a while. His face was twisted into this ridiculous grimace the whole time, and Shudo had to choke back a laugh. Once Rabbit had finished half of the mug, he slapped the lid shut and dropped the mug on the grass, gagging, I thought I'd throw up? It wasn't that bad. Shudo insisted, frustration heavy in his tone. Drink some and you'll see why you think. Rabbit retorted, sticking his tongue out and making a nauseated face to emphasize his point. Shudo narrowed his eyes, grabbing the mug and taking a swig from it. He couldn't swallow it, instead feeling his stomach flip over at the disgustingly sweet flavor. He spit it out, coughing. It was then that he heard what sounded like an awkward laugh coming from Rabbit. He whipped around to see Rabbit laughing at him. It was an odd laugh, as if he'd forgotten what laughing was, but in that moment, Shudo could picture what Rabbit would have been like had he not been dragged into this life. The light returned to his eyes, dimples formed on his face, and he had the most brilliant smile Shudo had ever seen. The color seemed to be returning to his face as well, which was reassuring. Shudo stared for a moment, captivated by his appearance, before returning his expression to its normal deadpan state. Once Rabbit had caught himself, he met Shudo's gaze. His expression immediately fell as he stammered, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Shudo responded immediately. I laughed. And that's a problem? Laughing's bad, isn't it? Shudo furrowed his brow at that statement. He broke away from Rabbit's emerald gaze, running a hand through his hair. The two of them were rather alike. No, it's not. It's a good thing because it means you're happy. Shudo explained, feeling like his explanation was cheesy. He opened his mouth to rephrase his remark, but Rabbit let out a soft, breathy laugh. Really? Wow, I'd forgotten what it was like to feel happy. Same here, Shudo murmured under his breath. Nothing. They sat there a while longer in peaceful silence, mostly because Rabbit was still recovering from the shock. Being here was nice. He could almost forget Endeavor here, almost. As he thought this, Rabbit started taking off his shirt gingerly so as not to bump his right hand. Shudo turned towards him. Need some help, Rabbit? Izuku. Shudo raised an eyebrow, confused. What? He asked. My real name. It's Izuku Midoriya, just don't tell anyone. Rabbit stated, dropping his dirt-streaked shirt on the grass. For some reason, that name sparked a bit of a familiar twinge in his mind. He'd look up the name on the internet at home, or something. Shudo sighed. I'd introduce myself, but you already know who I am. Izuku reached for the new, pale green and white t-shirt Shudo had brought him. As he was carefully pulling it on, he replied, Yeah, sorry about that. It's all right. He murmured. It was better to just forgive him, rather than tell him to stop apologizing so much. What Shudo assumed, anyways. It was when Izuku straightened up that Shudo noticed the countless scars littering his body. Puncture scars, lacerations, burns, you name it. If you could think of an injury, Izuku had likely had it. It was worse than Shudo's own body, which had very few noticeable scars besides the one on his face. He furrowed his brow again, glancing away when Izuku looked over at him curiously. Shudo offered his help several times during the slow, painful process of Izuku getting changed. Each time, Izuku refused. It was a little irritating how he rejected all help, but Shudo couldn't really complain. He was the same. It took some time, but Izuku had finally gotten changed and was wedging his dirty old clothes into one of the empty plastic bags. He bumped his hand once, hissing a string of cuss words through his teeth. It was at this point that Shudo silently stood up, took the clothing from Izuku, and wedged it into the bag for him. "All right, let's get to the," Shudo began, but his words were cut off by the sound of a cell phone buzzing. He instinctively reached for his own, but there were no new notifications. With a sigh of relief, he dropped his phone back into his pocket. Izuku, on the other hand, was once again pale as he stared at his phone screen. Shudo approached, stopping just in front of Izuku. "What is it?" Izuku lowered his head, swallowing hard as he turned his phone screen towards Shudo. Blue and gray eyes scanned the screen, his contented mood fading away with each word. "Dickhead, I don't care whether or not you lost that finger, you're going to fight Katsuki Bakugo to test his abilities today. Don't disappoint me." Izuku brought his phone back towards himself, a spiteful look on his face as he tapped out a reply. As he jammed the phone back into the pocket of his sky blue hoodie, Shudo muttered, "Why don't you go to the police? Or a hero association?" Izuku suddenly seemed like a different person, throwing his arms up in an exaggerated shrug as he spoke in an odd tone. "Brilliant idea. A serial killer walks right the F up into a police station or a hero association and says, 'Hey look, I'm the rabbit. I killed a bunch of people and heroes, but who cares? I was forced to the whole time. I'm not a bad person. I'm sure that'd go down flawlessly.'" The light left Izuku's face again, leaving him with the same corpse-like demeanor Shudo had seen during their first meeting. His eyes were icy cold, his brows set low over his eyes. This was the look he'd expected to see when he burned off Izuku's hood the day before, not the teary-eyed face he'd been greeted with. It wasn't the desire to kill that caused him to make this face. It was the shackles that bound him to whoever Dickhead was. Shudo reached out and firmly grasped Izuku's shoulder, hoping to wrench him out of this state. Izuku flinched with a gasp, his left hand darting into his pocket. After a moment, he seemed to remember what he was doing and let out a sigh. "Look, I appreciate you doing all this for me, but you shouldn't be around me. Shitty things happen to people who stay near me," he murmured. "I suppose it's a good thing I can hold my own, then?" Shudo responded almost immediately. "I'm serious. My original statement stands." Izuku gave him a weary look, but Shudo stood firm. They held each other's eyes for a short time before Izuku let out a heavy sigh. He averted his eyes, leading the way out of the clearing with a plastic bag of food in his left hand. I don't want you around when I go do this thing that my superior wants me to do." He sighed. Shudo cast him a half smile. Moving up to walk beside Izuku, he pulled his phone from his pocket. This was as good a time as any, he supposed. "All right then, what's your phone number?" Izuku looked at him incredulously. "Why do you?" "I don't know. Maybe I regard you as a friend? I'm not sure myself, but if you ever need anything, let me know." Shudo sighed, offering his phone to Izuku. He stared at it for a few moments before gingerly taking the phone from Shudo and adding his number. "I don't think you should want me as a friend," he murmured. "It's a bit late for that," Shudo replied, taking his phone back from Izuku and looking at the number. He sent a single hello text to the number, satisfied when he heard Izuku's phone buzz. He reached for his own phone and a vague smile danced about his face when he saw Shudo's text. Shudo could have sworn Izuku was on the verge of tears, but he said nothing. There was nothing wrong with crying after all. Shudo's own phone buzzed just then. With a sigh, he reached into his pocket and shuddered when he saw that the sender was Endeavor. "Endeavor, hurry up and come home. Training starts in 45 minutes. Be here for it." "What?" Izuku inquired tentatively. "Don't worry about it. Let's get you checked into this motel and then we'll go our separate ways. Shudo knew his father would notice the dent in his bank account. He would not be happy, but for once, Shudo felt no regret. Izuku needed that money far more than Endeavor did. He'd deal with it. The sun hovered high in the sky above as Bakugo wedged his hands in his pockets. He was perfectly still, his eyes trained on the hooded figure before him. Their face was hidden behind that distinctive metal mask. Green eyes, green hair, green pullover hoodie, red beanie. Even without the rabbit-eared hood, Bakugo knew that this was Rabbit. He was much smaller in person than Bakugo had expected. The villain was even smaller than himself. The stance he'd taken, however, indicated that he intended to fight Bakugo. The blonde grinned maliciously, feeling even more set off by Rabbit's existence after seeing the news reports this morning. "You know where Deku is, don't you?" He sneered, which made the rabbit's body jolt. Yet he said nothing. Bakugo felt his anger level rising. He'd beat the answers out of him. Whatever made this ever-present guilty feeling hang around him like a heavy fog would be lifted. Small explosions popped around his palms. "I'm gonna f you up so bad, there won't be anything left of you, Rabbit." He snapped, his anger reaching a peak. He lunged for the boy in green, his mind racing with strategies. He wasn't going to let him get away. Not this time. He was finally going to get some answers as to the disappearance of his childhood friend. An explosion erupted from his right palm, but Rabbit raised his hand and redirected the blast? Bakugo jumped out of range immediately after that. This was going to be difficult against someone with a pyrokinetic quirk. He would win though. He always did. The boy reached into his left pocket, withdrawing a silver lighter. With a flick of his thumb, the tiny tongue of flame popped out of the lighter. The boy held his hand over the small flame for a moment before making a pulling motion. The tiny light became a massive water-like inferno that radiated with intense heat. Bakugo watched the boy wedge the lighter back in his pocket before bracing himself. A grin formed on his face. "Let's see how long you can keep fighting me, you Bisardi." Bakugo sneered. Izuku dodged a forceful explosion to his left, but was unable to throw flame with his right as strongly as he usually could. He cursed inwardly, knowing that Bakugo would notice that. He did. Bakugo started attacking Izuku's right side, and Izuku was finding it increasingly more difficult to redirect flame as the pain from his injury radiated up his entire right side. He was finding himself being pushed back down the vacant sidewalk as easily as if he were doing it of his own accord. He narrowed his eyes. Bakugo certainly hadn't lost his edge. He actually seemed to have gotten sharper. This was to be expected. 8 years could do a lot for someone. The deafening sound of his own thoughts didn't help, either. An explosion directly in front of Izuku threw up a smoke screen, obscuring his vision as he spun around to fend off any attacks from behind. That didn't help at all, as he received a heavy blow to his right side. With a gagging cough, Izuku staggered sideways, surrounding himself in a wall of flame to allow himself to recover. "Start talking, Rabbit." Bakugo shouted at him with an overconfident tone. Izuku pursed his lips. He couldn't say anything, no matter how badly he wanted to. He redirected an explosion as Bakugo attacked Izuku's fire directly. The wall of flame faltered just enough to allow Bakugo to jump through unscathed. Izuku took a step backwards, pulling his flames back towards himself. He wasn't focused. He was focused on the fact that this was his friend. Not to mention, the way that Shudo had considered himself Izuku's friend as well, despite what Izuku was. Bakugo lunged for Izuku, hand outstretched to grab him, but Izuku leaped back, tossing a ball of flame directly at Bakugo. Unsurprisingly, the blonde managed to dodge it and continued his advance. Izuku's heart was pounding with anxiety. "Back off." He snapped in warning, but Bakugo laughed harshly. "You know what happened to that FING nerd Deku, don't you? You're gonna tell me what the F happened to him. How the F did he die?" I said back off. Not happening. Izuku decided this was a good time to run away. Being distracted like this wasn't going to help him win this fight. He met Bakugo's eyes for a moment, glaring daggers as the other boy's eyes burned with anger. Izuku brought his fire down against the ground between them with immense force, shattering the pavement and throwing stinging cement dust up in a thick cloud. Now, Izuku broke away at a dead sprint, breath coming in gasps, only a single thing on his mind. I have to get away. I can't let myself be found out. Get back here, you goddamned rat. There was the sound of several explosions popping in rapid succession, and Izuku glanced back over his shoulder. He only caught a quick glimpse of Bakugo shooting towards him at incredible speed before the other boy slammed into him, knocking the both of them to the ground. Izuku cried out as his wounded hand struck the pavement. Bakugo's fingers dug into his shoulders as he shook Izuku furiously. Tell me what happened, god damn it. It was then that Izuku, in a burst of anger and anxiety, shouted out, "PsychoLimbo, Kaken." The two of them froze at that moment, Bakugo's eyes widening as he remembered that name. In an incredibly out-of-character moment, Bakugo stood up and backed away from Izuku without saying a word. He held Izuku's gaze for a moment before Izuku turned and sprinted away as fast as his legs would go. His ears rang and his thoughts were so loud they hurt. I effed up big time. Bakugo sat on a wooden bench, rubbing at a small, minor burn on his left cheek. His face was twisted into an expression of confusion. Or perhaps deep thought. It didn't matter. What mattered was the fact that Rabbit had called him Kaken. Only one person had ever called him by that name before, and that was Deku, who was dead. Well, Bakugo had seen the news reports this morning saying that search and rescue efforts were being put into action again, but that didn't mean Deku was alive. It just meant that they had a lead on more information regarding Deku's disappearance. The whole confusing tangle of leads, dead ends, and possibilities that just didn't make sense was making Bakugo think harder, and he was getting angrier. God fucking damn it. He shouted, slamming his fist down on his thigh in anger. The pain of that just made him angrier. The possibility that Rabbit and Deku were one and the same was also looming overhead. Bakugo wouldn't accept that, though. Deku had been a little quirkless insect. One that could be crushed by a weak breeze. He wasn't a killer who sought people out and used his fire quirk to bring death to whoever he felt like. He didn't even have a quirk, did he? Bakugo had heard somewhere, probably online, that quirkless people could develop powerful quirks if put under intense physical, mental, and emotional stress. There was a news story floating around 4 or 5 years back about a quirkless American soldier caught by enemy forces and tortured almost to the point of death before spontaneously developing a combination of his parents' quirks. The guy was shit, he muttered under his breath, rising to his feet. He wished now that he hadn't let Rabbit go so easily. The BSTRD was injured, after all. He'd been missing a finger. It would have been easy to take him down again if he'd kept at his strategy of attacking his right side. He glanced again at the destruction he and Rabbit had caused in their battle, the ground still hissing with steam. Bakugo took a step forward, which seemed oddly difficult. He was fairly confused until he glanced down and noticed that the rubber soles of his sneakers had been melted all to sheet from the pyrokinetic battle. Grumbling to himself, he reached down and removed his shoes. His mother was not going to be pleased. Well, she might let him off the hook somewhat if he explained that he'd been attacked by Rabbit. Who could possibly be Deku? Nah, he wouldn't add that last part. There was no way Rabbit was Deku. He definitely knew something. Why else would he use the nickname Kaken? Bakugo let out a heavy sigh, turning to head home. All this bullshit was making him depressed, and he didn't like it. Izuku found himself faced with a new dilemma once he returned to the motel, battered and bruised. It wasn't the thermostat, it wasn't the over-the-top digital fridge, no. It was the shower. Izuku ran a hand through his tangled hair with an anxious sigh as his thoughts raised in volume the slightest bit. His shoulders slumped at the sight of the single, chrome-plated knob that looked like it belonged in a cyberpunk movie. The only showers he'd used since his abduction had been showers with those weird push-button knobs in public pools. This was a new challenge in itself. He'd been at it for 5 minutes, and despite his perceptive abilities, this was. With a sigh, he brought his phone out of his pocket. New DM. 6:42 p.m. Rabbit, hey Todoroki. Shudo, yeah? Rabbit, I have a problem. Shudo, what? Are you okay? Did that Bakugo guy hurt you or something? Rabbit, no. Shudo, okay, Then what is it? Rabbit, please don't laugh. Shudo, I won't. Rabbit, the shower hates me. Shudo? Rabbit, I can't work the shower. Shudo, PFF, send me a picture. Rabbit, img_655rv_pf.jpg. Shudo, oh. Rabbit, what? Shudo, oh. Rabbit, come on, rich guy. Shudo, for God's sakes, I'm not a miracle worker. Rabbit, I beg you. Shudo, fine, I'll try. Rabbit, I love you. Shudo, what? Rabbit, what? Rabbit, sheet, that was a joke. Shudo, oh. Shudo, so Rabbit, I can wait. Rabbit, actually I can't. I smell like middle school BO. Shudo first. Rabbit? Yeah. Shudo, well, try pulling it straight out. Maybe something'll happen? Rabbit, okay, gimme a sec. Rabbit. Rabbit? Oh my god, I'm a moron. Shudo, what? Rabbit, that's what it was. It was that simple. Shudo, Rabbit? The silent reaper who comes to take your soul in a cloak of flame. Rabbit, stop. You're making me sound like a weeby anime character. Shudo, with the speed of ingenium and the deadly accuracy of All Might. Rabbit, stop. Shudo, who doesn't flinch even in the face of death? Rabbit, oh my god. Shudo, yet he buckles when faced with his greatest nemesis? Rabbit, don't say it. Shudo, the fearsome shower knob. Rabbit, you didn't know either. Shudo, place. Rabbit, I'm taking a shower now, bye. Shudo, don't get your butt kicked by the shower curtains now. Rabbit, ah, you're so funny, Aho. Shudo, I'll bye. Rabbit is offline. Izuku turned off his phone, placing it on the counter next to the sink as he began to carefully undress himself. He was growing frustrated with his hand being the way it was, and this was going to make showering a chore. It had been a major liability in his fight with Bakugo earlier in the day. He hoped it wouldn't take too long to heal. Dipping his left hand under the water that now flowed from the tap, he tested the water before choosing how to adjust the temperature. His brow furrowed as he thought of his skirmish with Bakugo. I really messed up there. He once again saw the look on Bakugo's face. A sigh escaped him, his eyes closing briefly. Hopefully, Bakugo wouldn't think much of the nickname, but that was a very slim possibility. He stepped into the shower, careful not to get his hand under the flow of water. He heard his phone buzz from its place beside the sink. For once, however, he ignored it. If it was Shigaraki, well, Izuku couldn't give a shit. If it was Shudo, well, it wasn't a huge deal. Shudo was patient, kind, understanding. Izuku stiffened, a confounded look on his face. Well, this was certainly odd. Izuku didn't think things like this about other people. Well, yes, he knew people weren't all bad and he shouldn't kill them regardless, but there was an odd feeling in his chest when he thought of Shudo. It's probably because he's my first real friend. He thought dismissively. He also couldn't be sure of his emotions because he hadn't interacted with people properly for a very long time. His thoughts remained in a low hum at the back of his head. Izuku was just massaging shampoo through his hair when his phone began to buzz rapidly, as if someone was spam texting him. Then, irritatingly enough, it began to ring. Groaning, he finished rinsing the soap from his hair, then reached out for his phone. Yeah, what is it? Izuku snapped. Where the hell did you get the money to check into a hotel? For the love of God, get to the point. Hang up. Hang up. Yell at him. Go back. Izuku winced at the force with which his thoughts returned. A smaller group of villains moved into this part of the city and declared their rivalry. Tomorrow I want you to go fight them. Kill off one or two. Prove our point. Izuku's body was racked with chills at Shigaraki's request. More murder missions. Even if they were villains he was responsible for killing, they were still human. Holding back a shaky sigh, Izuku muttered, "Got it." How did the fight with Katsuki Bakugo turn out? Izuku swallowed. Well, it was a draw. I was forced to retreat because I was unfocused and couldn't get much information on him. I was able to redirect his explosion quirk, and he seems to be able to use it for mobility as well as for combat. He can throw up smokescreens with it too. He didn't seem to recognize me. So that's not a concern. Izuku explained. That's better than nothing. Be at the location I texted you at 10:30 tomorrow morning. These FA idiots are expecting you. Shigaraki hung up, leaving Izuku with a deep-seated dread, a ridiculously noisy mind, and an order to commit more murder. With a sigh, he went into his contacts list and tapped on Shudo's name. The phone rang for a few moments before there was the sound of panting and Todoroki's breathless voice. What's wrong, Midoriya? Sorry if this is a bad time. No, don't worry, just training with Endeavor. Well, could you tell him that, you ran into an information broker and they have information on a villain situation? There was a long pause where the only sound was Shudo gasping for breath, but he finally responded with, I can do that. What's wrong? You sound shaken. Yeah, I was given a task to carry out tomorrow. I don't want to talk about it. But, if I text you a location, could you tell Endeavor to try patrolling that place at around 10:30 tomorrow morning? There's going to be a lot of villain activity there tomorrow right around that time. Izuku sighed. Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku felt a lump in his throat at those simple words. He was not okay. He had to kill people tomorrow. He was going to have nightmares again, maybe even the hallucinations he occasionally had. He may not even sleep tonight. Even so, he took a deep breath, acutely aware of how shaky it sounded. No, I'm not. Listen, just don't come tomorrow. Send Endeavor and, I don't know, some of his sidekicks or something. Just please don't come, all right? I've got to do something I really don't want to do tomorrow and I act like I have to pretend to be like a different person. I don't want that. I don't want you to see me like that. Izuku ended up blurting out everything on his mind, against his own will. His thoughts grew even louder. He felt a bit of the weight lift from his heart. It was nice to have someone he could talk to, but there were some things Izuku would have liked to keep to himself. He didn't want to burden Shudo with his own problems. You've been ordered to kill someone tomorrow, haven't you? Yeah. Do you want me to come over? Please don't worry about it. Well, I'm worried about it. You don't sound well at all. There was a shout of, Shudo! Hurry up! In the background. Unmistakably the voice of Endeavor. You should get back to what you were doing before your father gets upset. Shudo laughed harshly on the other end. What are you talking about? Endeavor's always upset. Shudo was trying to cheer him up, Izuku realized. He didn't seem like the kind of person to laugh unless it was seriously needed. Or it couldn't be avoided. Izuku felt a tiny smile form on his face at his new friend's joke. Oh, that's fair. I should be all right. Just let Endeavor know what's going down tomorrow. It's map coordinates, but you should be able to type them into Google and find the location. Alright. Just let me know if you need someone to talk to or something. Sure. Thanks, Todoroki. I mean it. I sleep lightly, so I'll hear it if you text me late at night. That makes me even more reluctant to message you if it'll disturb your sleep. Stop worrying so much. You don't inconvenience me. Izuku's breath hitched. With a breathy, self-deprecating laugh, he murmured, Why are you so nice to me? I don't know. You seem like a person who really needs a friend. Maybe that's why. But I genuinely enjoy your company. You're gonna make me cry, god damn it. Then cry. It's not a bad thing. Shuto. Izuku flinched at the harsh tone of Endeavor's voice. He was about to ask why Shuto let himself be treated that way, but decided otherwise when he remembered his own predicament. You should go. Just make sure you get Endeavor to come to the place I'll be tomorrow. All right then. Just be careful. Endeavor is no pushover. I'm sure you'll be fine though. You're Rabbit after all. Yet I've never come out of a fight untouched, but I'll try not to die. Don't joke about your death, please. Sorry. Well, I'll talk to you later. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Izuku hung up. Placing his phone face down on the counter, he stepped back into the shower. Hopefully, the night would pass dreamlessly. You didn't do half bad tonight. Next time, use your flames. Todoroki muttered, sounding not at all impressed. He brushed past Shudo without giving him a second look. He was barely able to keep standing upright in their training hall, body shaking from exhaustion. Frost coated the right side of his body like a thin sheet as well, which didn't help matters. As NG left the room, Shudo cast a spiteful gaze over his shoulder at his father. Of course, Inji didn't know this. He just shut the door behind him and left Shudo attempting to regulate his body temperature again. He hadn't been focused on training. This was why he'd ended up in this state. He was too busy thinking about the shakiness in Izuku's voice, the job he was being forced to do, the fact that Endeavor had agreed to up the amount of patrols in the plaza Izuku had told Shudo about, and the statement, "I become like a different person. I don't want you to see me like that." Thinking about it, it didn't seem that odd. Good, rational people under extreme mental and physical stress had the tendency to develop a second personality as a means of defense. From what Shudo could deduce, Izuku had gone through this kind of stress. He likely had one of those second personalities. Hell, Shudo himself had gone from a bright-eyed child to a cold, stoic person from what he himself had experienced. He let out a frigid breath, turning to leave the training hall. It was time for him to look up Izuku Midoriya and see why that name rang a vague bell. He made his way to his room, hoping to God he wasn't seen by his father. Mostly because he just didn't like being around him. Thankfully, he didn't run into him and made it into his room uninterrupted. Once there, he flopped down on his bed, turning on his phone and opening the internet browser. Shudo tapped in the name Izuku Midoriya and pressed enter, waiting for the results to load. He was shocked by the wave of news articles that swamped the small screen, all of them including Izuku's name. Furrowing his brow, he tapped on the first result. 7-year the Izuku Midoriya still missing. The headline declared in huge, bolded lettering. Directly underneath was a photo of a small child's school picture of a little boy with curly green hair, bright green eyes, and freckle-dusted cheeks. He held an All Might figurine in his hand, a bright smile on his face. Although Izuku had lost that boundless happiness, he was most definitely the boy in the photo. It was certain, but at the same time they seemed like two different people who happened to look the same. Shudo felt a pang in his chest when he realized how much better life could have been for Izuku. Pushing those thoughts aside, he began reading the article. It's been a week since the abduction of a 7-year-old child from a playground in neighborhood, and heroes and police alike have yet to find any leads. Last week, Izuku Midoriya was playing in front of his home with Katsuki Bakugo, another neighborhood child and close friend. Before their mother's eyes, a gaseous villain appeared and spirited Midoriya away. There were no footprints, nor any evidence that the villain had been there, which made it all the more difficult to find evidence of Midoriya's whereabouts. However, the #1 hero All Might is leading the search and rescue effort, so there's hope that Midoriya will be found safe and sound. Shudo kept reading until the end, stopping on the last updated date. Just over 8 years ago. He let out a heavy sigh, turning off his phone and dropping it on the bed beside him. Lacing his fingers together over his stomach, he stared at the ceiling for a few minutes. Izuku's life was a tragic one, he realized. He was singled out at random, stolen from his mother, and forced into a hellish life. He sighed, turning his head and glancing at his phone. Should I call him about this? Well done, Brett. You met my expectations for once. Izuku was collapsed on his hands and knees, flames flickering in a ring around himself. His body screamed with pain, the feeling of a broken wrist and countless bruises unrelentingly agonizing. I want to go home. He screamed at Shigaraki in a child's voice, who loomed behind him in a casual stance. Do you really now? What would your mother think that now that her son's killed someone? He responded icily. Izuku was suddenly aware of the sticky sensation between his fingers when his hands moved. His blood ran cold as he looked down and saw again the scarlet red of fresh blood staining his hands. Just a mere few feet from his fingertips was a charred, bloodied pocket knife. Just beyond that was the lifeless corpse of a nameless teenage boy. His throat was sliced wide open, exposing bloody flesh, muscle, and slowly leaking arteries. Glassy, lifeless eyes stared at him, tears still drying on his cheeks. His clothes were flickering with dying flame, burns marring his skin like stripes. Izuku retched, vomiting repeatedly as Shigaraki jeered at him. Who else would accept a murderer like yourself, brat? Nobody. You've become a villain. You killed him on your own. You have no choice but to join us. You are nobody without us. He woke up, head thundering with noise and ears ringing. Heart pounding, tears drenching his cheeks, Izuku sat up. His phone alarm hadn't gone off yet, either. Rubbing his eyes, he sniffled once and let out a soft ugh. Yet again, another flashback dream, this time the memory of the first person he'd killed. Once he was able to push the nightmare to the back of his mind, he groggily reached over for his phone using his right hand. As soon as his fingers started to close around the phone, he dropped it, recoiling. Son of a F***. He caught himself briefly before his hand throbbed again and he spat. Beach! He jumped yet again as his phone alarm went off, his hand radiating with pain. He banged his left palm against the side of his head in irritation as the thoughts began to form into distinct voices. Run away. I'm killing people today. Maybe they'll kill me. Run away. Reaching out for his phone with his left hand, he double-checked the time. 8:30 a.m. 2 hours before he had to go. He turned off his alarm, and as the notification vanished, he was made aware of a single text from Shudo. 11:43 p.m. Shudo, are you awake? The text had been sent at 11:43 p.m., and Izuku had already been fast asleep by then. He stood up, rocking back and forth on the ball of his feet and yawning as he unlocked his phone. 8:31 a.m. Rabbit, I am now. Sorry. He placed his phone back on the bedside table. With another yawn, he walked over to where the newly bought clothes he owned were folded. He knew he'd need to pay Shudo back for them someday. He pulled on a red t-shirt and a thin, sleeveless white hoodie before pulling a dark gray baseball jacket with white sleeves over top. Now that he looked, he noticed that Shudo had even pulled the price tags off. Possibly because he didn't want Izuku to know how expensive the clothes had been. He groaned inwardly. As he was pulling on a pair of pale blue jeans, his phone buzzed once. He pulled the jeans on as fast as possible before stumbling over to his phone, almost tripping over his own feet. When his eyes focused on the screen, he saw that it was a reply from Shudo. 8:34 a.m. Shudo, don't worry. I should be the one apologizing for messaging you so late. Izuku let out a sigh as a tiny smile formed on his face. 8:34 am. Rabbit, nah, don't mind it. Shudo, so are you sure you're all right? Rabbit, I'll be fine. It happens all the time, anyways. Shudo, just because it happens all the time doesn't mean it's fine. Rabbit, just drop it, okay? I don't want to talk about it. Shudo, all right. I'm sorry. Shudo is offline. He tossed his phone on the bed, walking to the bathroom with his metal mask in hand. He had to focus. He had a job to get through. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he pushed his bangs out of his eyes. It's all right. Izuku pulled the white hood up over his hair, tucking in some flyaway strands as best he could. Once that was done, he rubbed the last bit of tiredness from his eyes and reached for the small bottle of OTC painkillers Shudo had bought him. He could still feel the pain, but it was numbed somewhat when he took them. He'd taken some the previous night to help him sleep, and they'd served their purpose well. Before heading out, he let his mask hang around his neck, cast a last glance at his reflection, then headed for the window of his room. On his way out, he rummaged through the pockets of his old pants for 3 things. His lighter, an 8-inch switchblade, and a plastic baggie of multicolored orbs that could easily have been mistaken for BBs. He jammed his few items into the pockets of the baseball jacket before approaching the window over his bed. As he slid the window open and perched on the sill for a moment, he took a deep breath. Time to go. Shudo couldn't stop thinking about Izuku, especially after how cold he'd seemed this morning. Perhaps Shudo had been somewhat invasive with his words, but he couldn't help it. Izuku was in a bad place right now. Endeavor had been gone for several hours, and the time was already 10. It would be best to leave immediately. Izuku needed someone there right now, and Shudo would have to suffice. So your rabbit, eh? The leader of the villains, a muscular woman with a harsh voice, sneered. She remained in a casual stance, one hand on her hip and her shoulders relaxed. Behind her stood about 7 other villains of varying shapes and sizes. Izuku looked her dead in the eye before dipping his head a bit and responding levelly, I am. And my superior doesn't appreciate your war declaration. Laughter erupted in the narrow alleyway when Izuku spoke. His eyes narrowed. This was always the initial response. Yet no matter how many times he was greeted this way, it was always irritating. The woman noticed the way his body language changed and took a threatening step forward. Izuku held his ground, running his thumb along the surface of the lighter in his pocket. "Listen here, you sheet-scented fucktrain. If you don't piss us off, heads are gonna roll and none of 'em are gonna be mine," he said in a cold, soft voice. Silence fell over the enemy group. Compulsive cursing had become a habit of Izuku's, and he had developed a particularly short fuse when it came to villains. He could still stay rational until he got into the adrenaline-infused excitement of battle, however, and that was one of the reasons Shigaraki sent him out to do the dirty work. Enemies lowered their guard when coming face-to-face with Izuku due to his size and age, which made them leagues easier to assassinate. "I understand you have exceptional combat abilities and a powerful quirk, but you're an assassin, not a scrapper. I'd ask you to go back and send someone who's worth fighting, but you won't be alive long enough." The woman responded in the same arrogant tone. Izuku let a heavy breath escape from behind his mask. This was it. It was time to dull his mind that he thought about Shigaraki. Every last loathsome detail of the man who had tormented him for years. He closed his eyes, keeping them shut for a few seconds, before opening them again. He no longer saw a group of villains before him, but instead he saw 8 clones of Shigaraki. This was how he dulled his mind. He made himself see only what he wanted to see, the one person Izuku would gladly kill without hesitation. He felt a grin form on his face behind the mask, adrenaline starting to pulse through his veins. All right then. The enemy group's eyes rested on Izuku as he pulled a switchblade, rather than the lighter, out of his pocket. His left thumb made the all-too-familiar motion of flicking open the blade and letting the dim light glint off its blade. "Let's see if your sheet-talking holds up." Shudo had been sitting silently on a bench in the busy plaza. His phone was in his hand, his brow furrowed as he stared at the screen. He'd been sending texts to Izuku for a few minutes and was pretty sure he was being obnoxious and overbearing, but he couldn't seem to help it. This was odd, and he wasn't sure he liked this constant worried feeling, but there was nothing he could do about it. 10:45 a.m. "Shudo, Midoriya, where are you right now? Shudo, do you need help? Shudo, are you hurt? Shudo, I apologize for being like this, but Shudo, just be safe." The messages hadn't even been read yet, and that was worrying. He was about to stick his earbuds in his ears when he heard a familiar and unwelcome voice. "So you came to see what happens on the job, did you?" Endeavor's voice, directly behind him. A chill ran up his spine, but he kept his face in the same stoic state, glancing over his shoulder. Endeavor was dressed up in his hero garb, flames engulfing his face and blazing from his shoulders and chest. "No, I just happened to be in the area. I figured I might see a villain or two." Shudo sighed, putting an earbud in his right ear and breaking eye contact by turning away. "Don't you have something better to do?" he sighed. "Don't get cocky with me, boy. You'd best be." Endeavor's voice was cut off by a loud bang, followed by a power pole groaning and toppling over at the far end of the plaza. Shoppers and bystanders screamed, scattering in all directions like ants. Power lines snapped, hitting the ground with a whipping sound. Endeavor and Shudo both snapped their attention to the chaos that had arisen out of nowhere. Yellow light flared up in the direction of the downed pole with the sound of crackling electricity. Endeavor barked orders to some of the heroes standing by in the plaza before leading the way over. Shudo, on the other hand, yanked the earbud out of his ear and wedged his phone in his pocket before racing off to the left, along a row of stores. He worked his way through the crowd while also staying off to the side, out of his father's sight. Soon enough, he found himself in a good place to watch the battle. 6 villains were milling about, eyes focused dead on something in a darkened alley. "Ah, I only got 2? That's a little boring." From the shadows, clothes sprayed with blood, Izuku emerged. His expression was laid back, with disappointment evident in his eyes. Once Shudo had gotten over the initial shock, it hit him again tenfold when he noticed what Izuku was holding. He was dragging a corpse in his left hand, yet he tossed it in front of him as though it were nothing. As it thudded to the ground in front of him, Shudo could see horrendous burns and an absurd amount of blood on the body. Then, Izuku began, before closing the blade on a bloody knife and dropping it in his pocket. In its stead, he brought out that same Zippo lighter, his bloody fingers staining the silver metal scarlet. Time to F it up. What's that thing All Might says? Plus ultra? Yeah, that's a good catchphrase. He spoke in an odd voice. At first, one could think it sounded elated. Shudo, however, could at least perceive that this was incorrect. He gave off a threatening, bordering on psychopathic aura, but this was a persona. Maybe Izuku really couldn't help what he acted like when under this kind of pressure, or maybe it was an act to keep up his ruthless appearance. He figured it was the latter. The villains moved in on Izuku, seemingly at random, but upon further inspection, Shudo noticed a pincer attack-like motion to their action. Izuku smoothly flicked his left wrist, skipping backwards a few steps with a laugh. Now, Shudo noticed the tiniest orange light coming from the lighter in his hand, a moment before massive flames erupted from the small object. The heat was intense. Shudo could feel it from even this distance. He squinted harder, watching in awe as Izuku managed to flit around, dodging the attacks thrown at him as if he were nothing more than, that's what his movements were like. He'd noticed it before, in their own fight 2 days prior, but Izuku moved like a dancer. His footwork was incredible, his movements flowing as he threw flame around and bounced about lightly. Once in a while, when he did some advanced, parkour-like dodging, a joyful Yahoo, or Hoo, would escape him. Finally, a ball of flame connected with a female villain, tongues of fire exploding outward on contact. Her ripping scream was cut short as intense flames completely engulfed her body and left her writhing on the ground for a few seconds. It only took 10 seconds before her body was incinerated. The rest of the villains paused, confusion evident among their ranks. This likely indicated that Izuku had just killed their leader. He held his hands out to his sides with an exaggerated shrug. Collateral damage, you know? I was just trying to make her hotter, can't blame a guy for trying, right? He laughed, using the same light-hearted voice he'd used briefly the previous day. Though, the context in which it was said was chilling. Wait, was that a play on words? Shudo suddenly realized, his brow furrowing in distaste. That was a terrible pun, even by the low standards of puns. The villains were still stuck in place, unsure of what to do, when an even more intense wall of flame erupted from the right. Endeavor! Shudo felt his heart sink into his stomach, his blood running cold when he realized that his father had encircled himself, Izuku, and the remaining 4 villains. No matter how much faith Shudo placed in him, he knew Izuku was not going to come out of this unscathed. Izuku felt fear coursing through him, but he kept up his act as the rabbit. He let out a cocky laugh, playing with the lighter in his hand as Endeavor stood 20 feet in front of him. His thoughts were going wild, the sound of many voices piling on top of one another and overlaid with a high-pitched ringing in his ears. Kill him, burn him, run away, scream, laugh, crickle him, burn him, kill him, laugh, antagonize him. And Izuku was listening to them. Wow, I get to fight Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Too bad you aren't number 1. I shouldn't be wasting my time fighting you. He jeered, completely regretting the fact that he didn't think before speaking. The flames on Endeavor's body erupted, his blue eyes burning with spite. I'll let this one slide, rabbit. Let's see how skilled you really are at using those flames. Izuku didn't know why, but that line brought his thoughts back under control. Back to Shudo. The old scar on his face. The statement, Endeavor isn't what you think he is. He thought of how Shudo may have heard that phrase before. His anger spiked, to his surprise, and his mouth moved with his deafening thoughts. Sorry, I may be a killer, but domestic violence is something I can't stand. You wouldn't happen to know what that is, would you? Oh God, that was dumb. I'm gonna die. Endeavor's gonna kill me. Kill him before he kills him, burn him to shing. Endeavor glared, taking a step forward. Izuku held his ground, although every cell in his body was screaming at him to run away. Yet, after weighing the pros and cons of standing his ground, Izuku started to back up, eyes narrowing in hostility. He attempted to use his mind-dulling practice on Endeavor, but he was unable to change how he saw the flame hero. This was a problem. A smirk formed on Endeavor's face. You talk big but you're afraid of conflict, aren't you? Izuku laughed. Keep talking, asshat. At least I don't beat the sheet out of my family members. Endeavor let out a low, thoughtful hum. I imagine that's because you don't have one at all, am I correct? Izuku stiffened, feeling a sudden pang in his chest. He doesn't know what's stowing about him hum burn him scream burn him. Endeavor seemed to notice this but didn't point it out. Instead, he stopped his advance and met Izuku's gaze. You're not going to win, nor will you be able to escape. If you want to make this easier for yourself, surrender. If you want to do this the hard way, feel free. Either way, it won't end well for you. Endeavor stated. Izuku knew that Endeavor was way above him in terms of, well, everything. He was right about Izuku being unable to win or escape unscathed, that is. He took a breath, attempting to calm his nerves. Seeing as he was ignoring his invasive thoughts, they seemed to grow ever more persistent, screaming at him angrily to do 10 things at once. Wincing a bit at the painfully loud ringing in his ears, he growled, "You're damn right. I know when I'm outmatched. That's why I'm backing the F out before sheet hits the fan." Endeavor seemed surprised for a moment. However, that turned back into the same hostile determination he'd shown on his face earlier when Izuku pulled some of Endeavor's own flame from the ring surrounding them. Izuku used the same move he'd used when he fought Bakugo, bringing the flame down forcefully on the ground and throwing up a smokescreen between himself and Endeavor. Once that was done, he spun around, breaking into a dead sprint for the wall of fire. He brought his hands up in front of him, arms in a wedge shape, before pulling them outward. The flames parted briefly, allowing Izuku to burst free of the ring. Just as he felt that he'd have sufficient time to put distance between himself and Endeavor, the ring of fire behind him reshaped and surged towards Izuku. He spun around, bringing his left arm up to defend his face as he moved his right hand to redirect the blaze. What he didn't account for as he backpedaled furiously was the fact that Endeavor had far more control of his fire than Izuku did. As Izuku moved his right hand directly across his body to the left, a part of the inferno he was redirecting broke off of the main flame. For a moment, he thought that he'd sidestepped quick enough to dodge the fire. He was proven dead wrong when he staggered backwards, searing heat rippling up and down his leg in waves. Biting back a cry of pain, he focused on Endeavor before him instead. You're skilled but still a child. Haberneddenburned McKilham Burnham Backronawained, him Kliheming. Izuku shuddered. Even so, he kept up his hostile glare. Age doesn't matter, I can still turn you to ash. Izuku hadn't seen Shuto in the crowd of bystanders yet. He was too focused on his fight with Endeavor to notice how Shuto's body had gone rigid, his fingernails biting into the palms of his hands. His father's fire had burned off the left leg of Izuku's jeans from the knee down, exposing angry red skin marred by blisters. Shuto gritted his teeth, knowing full well how painful a burn like that could be. He wanted to help Izuku so badly, yet he couldn't. Especially not since his father would be absolutely furious with him for 1, interfering with his work and 2, assisting a villain. He'd have to wait and see how the situation panned out. Come on, Midoriya. Izuku struck first, throwing one of those water-like fireballs directly at Endeavor, who countered it with his own flame, scattering Izuku's fire like nothing. Endeavor sent his own unbelievably powerful bursts of fire back, but Shuto could tell that he wasn't attempting to kill Izuku. Yes, the blasts were violent, but Endeavor was holding back. Shuto's brows lowered in a scowl. The only reason he was holding back was because Izuku's status was capture alive. If this had happened last week, there was no doubt in his mind that Endeavor would be pulling out all the stops. Izuku was holding his own pretty well, but compared to Endeavor, who had hardly moved since the start of their firefight, Izuku's shoulders were heaving from panting. He'd begun to limp, and Shuto was amazed that it had taken this long for Izuku to start heeding the pain. It was likely that adrenaline had something to do with it, but a ridiculously high pain tolerance was also possible, judging by all the scars Shuto had seen on Izuku's body. Give it up, Brett. You have no chance of winning. Endeavor said flatly, bored with the whole situation. Izuku's eyes glittered, his hand raising to use his quirk again. However, this time, Endeavor shot off a blast before Izuku had a chance. It was a smaller fireball, highly compressed into the size of a baseball, that shot directly at Izuku's face. With a sharp clank and a sudden intake of breath from Shuto, the fireball dinged off Izuku's metal mask. Izuku's head was snapped to the side, forcing him to stumble backwards a few steps. A small exclamation exclaimed him as the mask cracked and broke, falling to the ground. Shit! Izuku gasped, pulling his hood lower and backing away. Shuto bit his lip. This was bad. Endeavor approached Izuku, a smirk on his face. You've been caught, You haven't managed to catch me yet, you huge FNG chode. As soon as Izuku spat those words, his tone venomous, dozens of tiny round objects dropped from the pockets of Izuku's jacket, rolling across the ground between himself and Endeavor. For a split second, Shuto thought he could see the grin on Izuku's shadowed face. Before Shuto could confirm whether or not Izuku was grinning, a tiny spark came in contact with one of the round objects. A massive explosion erupted from the tiny objects, setting off an incredibly flashy and smoky chain reaction as each tiny ball was heated. Endeavor jumped back as an incredibly bright light, followed by a deafening bang went off. Shuto rubbed his eyes, trying to erase the afterimage left from the makeshift flashbang. He blinked a few times, shaking his head, before he looked back up. His eyes widened as he saw what was left of the confrontation between Izuku and Endeavor. The cement was littered with scorch marks and the odd flaming spot. Where Izuku had hit the ground using his quirk, the ground had been shattered with cracks spreading away from a central impact crater. Endeavor had extinguished his fire, and none of the tiny objects Izuku had dropped were there. Not to mention one very, very important detail. Izuku was gone. New_DM. 11:02 a.m. Shuto, is your burn okay? Shuto, how bad is it? Shuto, I can help you, you know. Rabbit, I told you not to come. Shuto was already running in the direction of the hotel, his feet moving faster than he could think. His phone was in his hand, breath coming in ragged gasps. He didn't stop running as he replied. Shuto, don't act like you control me. Rabbit, I know I don't control you. Just listen, would you? Shuto, if this childish behavior is because of the thing you do when killing targets, you can knock it off. Rabbit, well, what the hell do you think of me now? Shuto, I don't see you any differently, for God's sakes. Rabbit, stop lying. Shuto, I'm not lying. Rabbit, stop it. Shuto, this is stupid. I'm almost at your place. Rabbit, if you come in, I'll kill you. Shuto, no you won't. You're too sensitive to kill me. And you won't risk setting your room on fire. Shuto. Rabbit, I'll do the same thing I did with those villains. I'll stab you. Shuto, you couldn't even project a different image onto Endeavor. Rabbit, shut the hell up already. Stay away from me for F's sakes. Shuto, sorry, not gonna happen. Rabbit, turn around and go home, Scarface. Shuto, this is infuriating. I'm going offline. Rabbit, I'm not effing done. Shuto, you'll see me in a few minutes. Anything you want to say can be said in person. Shuto is offline. Shuto was upset now. He jammed his phone back in his pocket, dodging crowds and crossing roads at ridiculously unsafe times on his way to Izuku's place. Now, however, there was a scowl on his face. Dealing with people was irritating. Once he reached the hotel's front doors, he slowed down to catch his breath before walking. Seeing as there was nobody at the front desk, he walked directly for Izuku's room. The moment he knocked, there was a strained growl of, "Go away, Todoroki. Stop acting like a child." He spat back. "You should have kept away." "No, what I should have done is distract Endeavor before you got burned." Izuku said nothing for a long time. Finally, he murmured, "I don't blame you. I blame myself though. That's how you feel right now, isn't it? You blame yourself for not stopping me better." Shuto sighed. Izuku was quiet again, this time for so long that Shuto knocked on the door again. "You still there?" Izuku didn't say anything, but Shuto heard uneven, limping footsteps from the other side of the door. The doorknob jiggled for a second, followed immediately by the door creaking open. Izuku's head was turned to the side with a tired look on his face. The bags were still dark under his eyes, ash and charcoal as into his nose and cheeks. One of his hands was pressed against the side of his head, fingers rubbing slowly against his temple. Shudo entered the room in silence. Izuku turned and began limping towards the bathroom, so Shudo followed. He remained at the door as Izuku sat down on the closed toilet lid, grabbing his left leg and resting it across his right knee. Now, Shudo noticed something greasy on the burn. Jerking his chin towards it, he asked, "What did you put on it?" "Butter." Shudo started forward, running a hand through his hair with a sigh. "Butter makes it worse, you know." Izuku's eyes widened. "Wait, what?" "The butter prevents the release of heat from the burn. It makes your skin more burned." "Oh, I've always used it. I didn't know." "Probably why all of your burns end up as scars." Izuku nodded, reaching for a clean face cloth. It was then that Shudo entered the room, taking the cloth gently from Izuku's left hand and wetting it with cool water. As he wrung the water out of it, Izuku quietly murmured, "I'm sorry." "For what?" "For being an a-hole." "I won't deny that you were an a-hole, but I forgive you," Shudo responded, casting a tiny smile in Izuku's direction. Now that they were this close, Shudo could see some bruising and mild burns around the left corner of Izuku's mouth. Shudo quickly realized that this was likely from the flame that Endeavor had thrown at Izuku when his mask was broken. He focused on the burn on Izuku's leg instead, though. This was a more serious injury. Slowly, carefully, he laid the cloth over the blistered, bloody skin. Izuku in a sharp gasp, his fingers and toes curling up. "I'm gonna have to get rid of the butter, so, yeah, this is probably going to hurt," he murmured. "I understand." Shudo rested his hand on the cloth before pressing down lightly. Izuku gasped, stifling a cry by bringing his left hand up to his mouth. Shudo looked up at Izuku's face, which was twisted with pain. He glanced down at Izuku's leg, then back up at his face. The gears turned in his head. Before he reached a solution that might work. "Hey," Shudo held up his right hand, "hold my hand." "What?" "Hold my hand and squeeze it when it hurts. I don't care how hard you squeeze it, just squeeze it to distract yourself," he explained, feeling somewhat flustered by his own suggestion. After a moment, Izuku tentatively reached his left hand for Shudo's right and laced their fingers together. Shudo lowered their hands together to where Izuku was comfortable before again placing his left hand on the cloth. It took some time, what with Izuku choking back cries, squeezing the life out of Shudo's hand, and Shudo himself only having one hand to work on Izuku's burn with, but the butter was eventually cleaned from the wound. Shudo slowly raised the damp cloth, looking at the burn again. Some of the blisters had broken open and begun oozing blood. With a sigh, Shudo pulled his hand out of Izuku's and reached over to where Izuku had left the first aid kit, rummaging for more gauze. As he did this, he was aware of Izuku silently watching his face. Whenever Shudo's gaze flicked upward to Izuku, the green-haired boy averted his eyes, a guilty expression on his face. Shudo didn't ask about it. He was far too busy adjusting pads of gauze over the burn. "Todoroki?" Look, I'm sorry for calling you Scarface." Shudo sat back on his knees, looking up at Izuku for a moment before responding with, "I forgive you. Though, you should really look at your own face before commenting on my scar." Izuku brought a hand up to his left cheek, pinky brushing the vertical scar that sliced across the left side of his mouth. A small laugh escaped him, that bright smile returning to his face. "You're right. I'm a hypocrite, huh? It doesn't matter. You apologized and it's in the past." Shudo finished securing the gauze over the burn with medical tape before glancing at Izuku's bandaged hand. He extended a hand towards it, pausing partway and asking if it was okay for him to go ahead redressing the wound. Izuku nodded, so Shudo carefully started unwrapping Izuku's hand. The skin was pale and clammy, but scabs had finally formed over the stump of Izuku's finger, which was reassuring. He sighed in relief, standing and wetting a clean face cloth under the tap. "So, have you ever had to fight him like that?" Izuku asked, prompting Shudo to glance over his shoulder at him. Shudo pursed his lips, averting his eyes. He reached for a tube of antiseptic cream in the kit before guardedly responding, "No, not that extreme. He's never tried to kill me." "Oh." An awkward silence hung over them as Shuto applied the cream to Izuku's wound carefully and redressed his hand. This silence held up right until Shuto was securing the bandage in place with small metal clips, when Izuku murmured, "So, who's your favorite pro hero?" Instinctively, Shuto's mouth moved and he spoke the name, All Might. "Really? He's always been my favorite too." Shuto glanced up at Izuku, eyebrows raised slightly. "Oh." Izuku brought his index fingers up to his head, pointing them skyward like rabbit ears as he responded, "Yeah, that's where the idea for my costume came from. All Might's hair. How on earth did the villains let you get away with that? They don't know it's All Might. I told them I liked rabbits." Izuku laughed, which prompted a small smile from Shuto. By now, his knees were aching from kneeling on the bathroom tile and his legs had fallen asleep, so he rose to his feet, wincing. He shifted his weight from foot to foot in an attempt to return the feeling to his legs. "Your knees are cracking like an old man's, you know," Izuku teased, to which Shuto responded, "At least I don't have hair like a wild child." Izuku laughed lightly, rising to his feet as well. He tested how much weight he could place on his injured leg, humming thoughtfully, before meeting Shuto's eyes again. He pulled back his bangs to expose his scarred, freckled face. "This better." "Better, but you should get a haircut. I'm a wanted criminal. I can't go out exposing my face as it is until the heat dies down a bit." "Actually, why in the world did you ask me to send Endeavor to the place you were sent?" Izuku's face fell. He let out a heavy breath, letting his bangs flop back down over his eyes. Walking past Shuto to the mini-fridge in the hotel room, he murmured, "I kinda felt like getting caught, and I was betting that he'd be able to clear out the villains before I had to kill too many of them. I mean, I did want to get caught, but You second-guessed yourself." Izuku made an affirmative as he pulled a package of fresh strawberries from the fridge. He began to wash the strawberries in the kitchenette's sink as he explained, "It's a pain in the butt to keep this up. This whole," he gestured vaguely, "villain thing. I'm not cut out for it, but I'm not cut out to be a hero either. I hate killing people, but it's habit. Showing mercy feels weird, but killing makes me sick. If that makes any sense." Shuto nodded, about to respond, when Izuku shut off the water and rested his hands on the counter. "I don't have a place anywhere. I'm no hero, I'm not a villain, and there's no way I can just be a normal civilian after all the illegal shit I've done," he said, his voice tired. "You know, I don't really care where you belong. You spared my life, and you've been doing what you can to survive despite your situation, which seems pretty heroic to me. I'm sure you can become one someday." Shuto replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Izuku glanced back over his shoulder with a sad smile. "And what if I can't? What if I'm killed?" Shuto furrowed his brow with a stern expression. "You won't die. And if you can't, then maybe I'll come along with you." Izuku snorted incredulously, spinning around to face Shuto. "No, you won't. You've gotten into Yui on recommendation. There's no way you can give up on that and become a villain." "Well, on the bright side, I'd be escaping from Endeavor by becoming one. I mean, that's true, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea. I think it's a solid idea." Solid idea and good idea are two very different things. They held each other's gazes for a moment, then Izuku burst into peals of laughter. Shuto found himself smiling and holding back laughter as well, which was unusual. The laughter, that is, "Frick, you're absolutely nuts." Izuku laughed. "So are you." Once their laughter subsided, Izuku pulled a strawberry from the carton and inspected it briefly for blemishes. "It's been a long time since I felt so relaxed. Maybe Shiger, my superior, sending me to kill you wasn't such a bad idea," he commented nonchalantly as he glanced at Shuto. "I guess not. I managed to kick your butt and we ended up becoming friends. Maybe butt kicking is a legendary friendship-forming act or something," Shuto said in the same deadpan voice, which for some reason was hilarious to Izuku. "You didn't kick my butt. I gave up. I let you win. Liar. You just SCK." Shuto replied as he approached him, pulling another strawberry from the carton for himself. The berry, coincidentally, happened to be one that was only half ripe. Half of the berry was white, the other red. Izuku immediately noticed this and pointed a finger with a laugh. It's you, holy sheet. No, it's not. Yes, it is, it looks just like you. Shudo rolled his eyes, biting into the strawberry. With an exaggerated gasp, Izuku brought a hand to his mouth, eyes wide. Shudo raised an eyebrow, trying not to make a weird face at the ridiculously sour taste of the unripe berry as he did so. What? How could you eat yourself? That's cannibalism. Shudo tried to fight back a smile, but failed. Instead, he lowered his face to hide it and tapped his closed fist against Izuku's shoulder in a weak attempt at a playful punch. I could really get used to this. Izuku was thrilled he had managed to make Shudo smile, not to mention laugh. It was a soft laugh, but a laugh all the same. Izuku wasn't sure what had come over him, compelling him to crack jokes in the first place. Either way, he was in an uncharacteristically good mood. Though, that was quickly changed when Izuku saw the red berry juice on his fingers and froze. For a second, he saw the blood of the people he'd killed today. His stomach flipped, his face fell, and he immediately plunged his hands under the water running from the tap. He recoiled for a moment as the water soaked through his bandaging, but tentatively started scrubbing at his fingers after the initial pain. His thoughts had grown louder and he wanted nothing more than for them to be silent. I killed them. Just because Shigaraki told me to. I should kill him. And Kurogiri. They were. He banged a palm against the side of his head with a hiss of irritation. Are you okay? You seem upset all of a sudden. Shudo asked carefully. Izuku shook his head, scrubbing his hands. Vigorously. It still felt like sticky blood was coating his fingers. Red was never a good color, in Izuku's experience. Have to get it off. Midoriya. A hand on his shoulder grounded him again and the voices grew momentarily quieter. He turned his head to see Shudo looking at him with concern in his eyes. Sorry. Izuku glanced back at his hands. The sticky feeling was gone, replaced by the throbbing pain in the stub of his finger. He turned off the water again, holding his right wrist. His thumb made small circles on the inside of his wrist as he explained, I see and hear things sometimes. Blood that's not there, bodies that aren't there, you know? Red isn't. Red sometimes triggers it. Shudo's eyes widened and he removed his hand from Izuku's shoulder, bringing it instead to the red hair on the left side of his head. His fingers wound through his own hair, gripping tufts of it painfully as he murmured, Should I leave? I don't like my left side either, but I can leave if it makes you feel better. Izuku spun around, waving his hands frantically. No. It's not you, it was the strawberries. Well, the juice, anyway. I like having you here. He blurted out all of a sudden. It took him a moment to realize that Shudo's cheeks had taken on a reddish tint. Once he noticed this, Izuku's own face turned red and he let out a bit of a yelp. I didn't mean. No, don't worry, I don't mind you saying that. Nice to hear. That someone enjoys having me around. Shudo stammered. Izuku let out a breath, bringing his left hand up to tangle his fingers in his hair. He found himself smiling again, bringing his gaze back up to meet Shudo's. Not knowing what else to say, he rubbed the back of his neck and murmured, Do you want to go, I don't know, somewhere? Smooth. Shudo observed, raising his eyebrows a bit. I wasn't trying to hit on you, oh my god. Shudo's mouth curved upward a bit. If your leg isn't that bad, do you want to go walk somewhere? Maybe get something to eat and pick up some stuff to make you a new mask? I could also ask Yaoyorozu to cut your hair if you want. Shudo offered. Izuku shook his head, holding up his hands as he did so. No, don't worry about it. I don't want to be a both. Well, it's too late for that. You don't bother me either. Stop with the self-pity. Shudo interrupted, eyebrows set in a determined line. They held each other's gazes for a minute before Izuku sighed, placing his hands on his hips and shifting his weight from foot to foot. He screwed up his mouth momentarily before raising his head again and responding. Alright, that sounds nice. Shudo almost smirked, the corner of his mouth twitching upward briefly. Let's get going then. Get changed and we'll go. Izuku hardly noticed the vague hum of his thoughts. Momo was just getting into studying when her phone buzzed, shifting slightly from its place on her desk. 11:58 a.m. Shudo, hey, are you busy? She rested, her head in her hand, unlocking her phone and tapping out a response. Awkward. 11:59 a.m. Kriati, no, I was just studying a bit. What can I do for you? Shudo, don't freak out. Kriati, I'll try not to. Shudo, you can't breathe a word of this to anyone either. Kriati, okay? You've got my word there, Todoroki. Shudo, well, I've become friends with the rabbit. Kriati, are you insane? Shudo, maybe. I don't know myself. Kriati, well, shouldn't you turn him in? You'd get a huge boost in your rep if you caught him. Shudo, no, he's not what you think. He's being forced into doing it, from what I can tell. He goes pale and clams up when I ask about it. I know his real name now, and he's that kid who was abducted by villains 8 years ago. The quirkless one, you remember? He developed a quirk though, but it was probably through torture. Kriati, oh my god, that's horrible. Who'd do that to a kid? Shudo, I don't know. They can't possibly be human. Kriati, no doubt. Shudo, so I've been taking care of him. His superior cut off his finger as punishment for sparing our lives, and he's also a walking disaster magnet. He never gets out of a fight unscathed. Did you know that? Kriati, I didn't know that. And seriously? His finger was cut off? Kriati thought. Shudo, I found an online first aid article and fixed it up though. I think I did all right. Kriati, oh? Shudo, yeah, I think it's starting to heal. Kriati, well that's great then. But what did you really want to talk to me about? I'm pretty sure this was just your opening explanation to another subject. Shudo, yeah it was. Well, his hair looks like a rat's nest and you know some stuff about hairdressing and cosmetics, so I was wondering if you could, I don't know, clean it up a bit? Maybe help him hide some of his scars? Kriati, are you sure you're just friends? You sound like a doting parent. Or boyfriend. Shudo, that's not what's going on, we're just friends. Kriati, Suyur, Mr. Child Prodigy. Shudo, yes. Shudo, anyways. Shudo, will you meet us at the park near where we were attacked? Preferably as soon as you can make it. Kriati, sure thing, dude magnet. Shudo, but Shudo is offline. Momo rose from her chair, stretching her arms high above her head. Once she'd finished stretching, she grabbed a nice, pale brown jacket from where it hung behind her bedroom door, her favorite coat and wallet. She called a brief goodbye to her parents as she made her way to the door, slipping on a pair of worn white and blue sneakers before leaving. The park wasn't far at all from where she lived, and it wasn't hard to spot Shudo's rather unique hair color once she arrived. He was seated on a park bench next to a boy wearing a dark blue zipper hoodie and a white medical mask that concealed his mouth and nose. The boy had his hood pulled up, his shoulders drawn in as if nervous about being out in the open. At first glance, he seemed unfocused, hands in his pockets. When Momo approached, however, the boy flinched and his gaze snapped up to meet hers. No doubt about it, these were the same green eyes she'd seen that day, almost completely covered by curly, dark green bangs. Yaoyorozu. Shudo greeted, rising from where he stood. Hey, so this is… Yes. Shudo cut her off before she could say, Rabbit, and glanced over his shoulder at the other boy. He had to give Rabbit a small nod before the green-eyed boy felt like it was all right for him to stand. Momo raised an eyebrow. This kid had no idea how to act in a social situation. He withdrew his hands from his pockets, and Momo immediately noticed the missing finger of Rabbit's right hand. The middle one, cut a half-inch below the first knuckle. It was wrapped in bandaging which appeared to be stuffed with gauze, judging by the lumps under the bandage. The boy offered his left hand to Momo tentatively, his voice low as he murmured, I'm Izuka Midoriya, the rabbit. I'm sorry to bother you like this. Momo's tension faded and she found herself smiling a bit. Shaking Izuku's hand, she replied, Momo Yaoyorozu. It's nice to meet you again. And please don't worry about being a bother, I wasn't doing much anyways. Izuku reached up, pulling his mask down to expose his face. Momo widened her eyes at the immense number of scars marring his face now that she had a chance to see him up close. 2 scars sliced across the bridge of his nose horizontally, 2 vertical scars over his left eye, and one vertical scar across the left side of his mouth. Older white scars marked his face and neck like a road map, not to mention the recent bruising at the left corner of his mouth. Izuku gently pulled his hand away, laughing awkwardly as he noticed her staring. Gross, right? Like Frankenstein's monster or something. He began, but Momo was taken by surprise when Shudo interrupted. Stop. Your face looks fine. She stared at him incredulously for a moment before glancing back at Izuku. I wasn't thinking your scars were ugly. I was just surprised by how many you have. Oh really? Sorry for making assumptions. He apologized. No need to apologize. Now, wasn't there something about a haircut you wanted me to do? Izuku blinked in surprise as if just remembering now. He held up his hands as he began, You really don't need. Yes, we'll just go back to the hotel he's staying at and we can do it there. Shudo interrupted, beginning to walk away. As he passed, Momo noticed how Shudo brought up his hand and nudged Izuku's shoulder gently. Izuku immediately turned to follow, speeding up a bit to try matching Shudo's pace. Now that he was moving, Momo noticed that Izuku had a very noticeable limp. Shudo glanced over his shoulder, noticing how Izuku was struggling, then slowed to match Izuku's speed instead. Something was definitely up between them. The way Shudo's face seemed to brighten when Izuku spoke, the way Izuku made large, exaggerated gestures with his hands and spoke cheerfully. The steps almost matched each other's, and Izuku laughed when Shudo made a comment with a vague half-smile. Momo smirked. Maybe her cold and stoic friend had finally found someone else he could let into his heart. Aren't you coming? Shudo called over his shoulder, noticing that Momo hadn't moved. Why yes, sorry. Just zoned out a little bit. She sped up to walk on the other side of Shudo, his right side. From his left, Izuku glanced over at her and said, Make sure you keep an eye on this idiot. He was spouting some BS this morning, saying he'd become a villain with me or some shit like that. Momo widened her eyes in surprise, looking at Todoroki for any reaction. His face was tinted red, his mouth set in a line. He neither confirmed nor denied Izuku's claim, which probably indicated that Izuku wasn't lying. Momo tried not to burst out laughing as she exclaimed, Midoriya's right, you are an idiot. What were you thinking? Shudo ran a hand through his hair, an irritated expression on his face. The embarrassed blush had also begun to spread as he muttered, I don't know, I don't know, okay? Izuku laughed at that, his bangs falling over his eyes so that they were completely covered. Now that he could no longer see, he paused, bringing a hand up to brush them aside with a perplexed expression. Go ahead and laugh at me, but at least I don't have hair like yours. Shudo said in an unexpectedly teasing tone. Still holding back his bangs, Izuku glanced at Shudo as he replied, Oh, come on. I'm homeless and you're rich as shit. You can't use my hair as an argument. I just did though. Izuku groaned loudly, playfully punching Shudo's arm. Momo found herself holding back a knowing smile. Yeah, I see what's going on here. At first, Shudo was unsure of how Momo would react to meeting Izuku. Now, however, he wasn't so worried. They were just arriving back in Izuku's hotel room, and the pair were speaking to one another as casually as classmates would. Shudo let out a sigh of relief. Things were going well. So, what's your quirk? Izuku asked. Momo removed her coat and hung it on the back of one of the dining room chairs before holding her right hand over her left forearm. After concentrating momentarily, she withdrew a pair of scissors from her skin, which left Izuku gawking, wide-eyed. You can create stuff? Why yeah, that's the gist of it. That's such a cool quirk, mine's pretty lame compared to your guys. No, pyrokinesis is always really cool. It's flashy and very versatile. Izuku sat down on one of the chairs, spinning it around to face her. I know that, and it can be used in a variety of situations for a variety of reasons, but it's also really weak in the face of water or ice quirks. I have to carry flammable liquids wherever I go because it's literally impossible for me to use my quirk in the rain. Even humid days make it difficult. I mean, it's not impossible for me to use it in the rain, but it's incredibly difficult. He explained. Really? Todoroki can use his in pretty much any weather, why can't you? Izuku held his left hand up in front of him, palm facing the ceiling. His face screwed up in a strained expression for a few moments before his fingertips were engulfed in flame. A few seconds after he ignited it, he jerked his hand back, waving it frantically with a hiss of F. The flames died out, leaving him shaking his hand in an attempt to cool it. You just saw that, right? My own fire burned me. What I'm thinking is that, since Todoroki developed his quirk naturally, his body built up a resistance to fire and cold. I imagine there are still drawbacks when using his quirk excessively, but he can pretty much use it like an extension of his own body. Same with your own quirk. I was born quirkless, and I developed my quirk through unnatural means. I haven't had any time to explore using my quirk on my own, so I use weapons and smokescreens a lot. Yeah, I can use my quirk for attack and defense, but you guys saw me use a lighter as a means of channeling my quirk. I can't use it properly. I just take a fire source and redirect it at a safe distance under the guise of true pyrokinesis. When it's raining, the fire's weakened or extinguished, which is why I rarely go out in the rain. That and one other reason. Shudo opened his mouth to ask what that other reason was before reconsidering and choosing to keep his questions to himself. Instead, he approached the two of them and asked, "So, is there any way you'd like her to cut your hair?" Izuku shook his head. "No, not really. I mean, it was your idea that I get my hair cut in the first place." Shudo turned to Momo and in a deadpan voice, he said, "Give him a mullet. Or an undercut with a man bun. Something ridiculous." Izuku brought his hands up to cover his head, leaning away from Shudo and Momo with an exclamation of, "Stay away from my hair. Don't worry, I'll just trim it a bit." Momo laughed. Shudo smiled, almost letting a laugh escape him. Momo jabbed him in the side with her elbow as she approached Izuku. "You can laugh, you know." "I know." Shudo watched as Momo went about trimming Izuku's hair carefully. She was incredibly focused on the task, her face scrunched up in concentration, not making a peep even when Izuku flinched away from the scissors near his face. When she was done, Shudo found himself surprised. Izuku's forehead had 3 more scars, 2 of which were small white laceration scars, and the third a burn scar the size of a grape. It seemed as though more freckles had magically appeared on Izuku's face, and his eyes seemed even more brilliant green than they were before. His whole face seemed brighter, and the shorter hair, although still wild and curly, suited him a lot better. Izuku noticed Shudo staring and lowered his head with a nervous laugh. Bringing his left hand up to tangle his fingers in his hair, Izuku murmured, "I look odd with shorter hair, don't I?" "No, looks better on you." Izuku gave him a confused look, rising to his feet. He limped past Momo and Shudo, entering the bathroom by himself. "Oh my God." His voice was soft, but his words were clearly heard. Shudo headed towards him, stopping in the doorway with one hand on the doorframe. Izuku's fingers were twining through his hair, his eyes wide in awe. Shudo said nothing, just watching as Izuku stared at his reflection in the mirror. Shudo found himself admiring Izuku's face as well, his slightly tanned skin, the star-like dusting of freckles across his cheeks and nose, his wide green eyes and round face. He shook his head to clear these thoughts from his head. "No, I'm admiring him as a friend would. This is fine. He's gotten a new haircut, so it's fine that I admire his face." Shudo thought to himself, although he himself wasn't convinced. He could practically feel Momo giving the back of his head a smug look. It's just friendship. Now, Izuku noticed his presence in the doorway and turned to look at him, a hand still pressed to his cheek. His green eyes were still incredibly wide, but this time they were focused on Shudo. I haven't looked like this since I was a kid." "Well, it looks great. Does it feel nice, not having to push your hair out of your face all the time?" Izuku grinned broadly at his words, looking as though he were on the brink of tears. "Yeah. Awkward. 1:24 p.m. Shudo, thanks for doing that. Kriati, no problem. He's not a bad person, so it was nice to meet him like that. Shudo, right? Kriati, so what are you guys up to now?" "Shudo, I thought I'd take him out to experience something nice. And his mask was broken, so we're buying stuff to make a new one." Kriati, "Su, you're taking him out on a date?" "Shudo, no. Kriati, Do you like being near him? Shudo, yes. Creati, does it make you happy to see him happy? Shudo, yes. Creati, are you taking him out to have fun with him and see him happy? Shudo, Creati, that's pretty gay. Creati, you're definitely taking him on a date. Shudo, I'm not. Creati, deny it all you want, I saw how you look at him. Shudo, like what? Creati, like you're pining. Shudo, no. There's no pining or anything. We're just friends. Creati, we've been friends for 5 years, Todoroki. I've never seen you look at anyone like that before. Shudo, well, I've never had a real friend other than yourself before. I look at you and him the same way. Creati, you've never blushed when I tease you. You don't stare at me like I'm a tall glass of water in the middle of the desert either. Just face it, you're completely smitten with him. Shudo, I'm not. Creati, have fun on your date. Creati, make sure you kiss him properly. Creati, don't bang your head against his when you're going in though, you're already shaken up enough by his adorable looks. Creati, degree. Shudo, there's going to be none of that. Creati is offline. Momo laughed to herself, turning off her phone and laying it on her desk beside the mountain of notebooks she was studying. Good luck, Todoroki. Stop playing with your hair. It looks fine. Shudo sighed from Izuku's right. Izuku gave him an awkward smile, lowering his hand. Sorry, it just feels so much nicer now. Yaoyorozu's really talented, isn't she? He spoke from behind a white medical mask. Yeah. You're lucky to have a friend like her. She's your friend now too, you know? Izuku blinked in surprise. I guess you're right about that. Wow. Izuku glanced over at Shudo, whose face was scrunched up in a jumble of emotions Izuku couldn't sort out no matter how hard he tried. So, he carefully tapped Shudo's hand with his own. You okay? You look kinda stressed out. Shudo met Izuku's gaze for a moment before something clicked in his eyes and he hurriedly looked away. It's nothing. Just something Yaoyorozu said. He stammered. Izuku decided not to pry. Something in the way Shudo was acting said that further nosiness would lead to him clamming up and Izuku didn't really feel like pushing him. Instead he asked, So, you have any specific place in mind? I want to get good materials for this mask. Shudo furrowed his brow for a moment, thinking hard about the question before responding with, We can probably limit ourselves to buying materials from craft and hardware stores. But, do you like ice cream? Izuku gave him an odd look, one eyebrow raised. What does ice cream have to do with anything? I can't say. I haven't had it since I was a kid. Izuku replied all the same. Sweet things weren't really something Izuku was familiar with. Then what do you say we go get ice cream after we buy materials? Shudo asked in an odd tone. Izuku looked at him quickly, but the taller boy snapped his face away to hide his expression. Izuku snorted with laughter before responding, Sure, that sounds like a good idea. Shudo let out a long, slow breath before turning his gaze back to look at Izuku. A small smile played at his lips before his face again settled back into its normal stoic expression. Glancing back in front of them, he wedged his hands in his pockets and asked, Is your leg okay? I don't want to push you past your limits. Izuku glanced down at his injury, which was concealed under baggy sweatpants, before replying, It's sore, but I'll be all right. If it starts bothering me, I'll let you know. Shudo sighed in relief. I'll hold you to that, Midoriya. He murmured as they headed into a craft supply store. For once, he could barely hear the hum of the voices in his head. Inko compared 2 different bags of artificial flowers, her brow furrowed. She was planning on making some flower chains for Izuku's room that would last longer without water, long enough that Izuku would be able to see them when her son came home. She'd already picked out some glue and ribbons for the flowers, she just needed to decide on the colors to use. It was then that she heard the hushed voices of 2 boys from the aisle adjacent to the one she was in, one sparking a pang of familiarity in her chest. No, you're not making the mask half red and half white. Come on, Todoroki, it'll look cool. A red and white rabbit? Imagine that flying off a building towards you at 100 miles per hour. You're not that fast. And won't that just give away my involvement with you? Who else have you seen with hair like mine? That's fair, but I'm still buying red and white paint. Inko listened to their conversation in amusement, wondering what they could be doing. Cosplay, perhaps? Still, she was curious as to why, exactly, the unnamed boy's voice seemed somewhat familiar. She picked out some green flowers, some glittery silver flowers, and a few red and white flowers for a splash of color, then made her way down into the aisle the two boys were in. She made it seem as though she were browsing, but she cast a sidelong glance down the hall in the boys' direction. One of them was a tall, rather pretty boy with red and white hair, split down the middle as if he were two people fused into one. The other was a boy wearing a gray hoodie with the hood pulled up over his head and a medical mask concealing his face. He was showing the taller boy two small pots of red and white paint, eyes glittering with mischief from under his hood. But seriously, a red and white mask. That'd look so cool, right? Come on, Todoroki. Todoroki ran a hand through his hair with a groan of exasperation. The shorter boy with the hoodie let out a soft laugh, dropping the paint pots into the wire basket Todoroki held. Look, it's not gonna be anything super conspicuous. Maybe stripes or something. A little bit of red and white accent-wise stuff. Maybe a gas mask would be cool. Todoroki, whose back was to Inko, sighed and glanced to the side, back at the rows of paint colors. Waving his free hand in surrender, he groaned, "Fine, fine. Just make sure you focus more on function than on form," he lowered his voice, "because if you end up getting caught or recognized, we'll both be in deep shit." It was then that Todoroki turned and caught sight of Inko, who didn't avert her gaze quickly enough. She gave them a smile, taking a few steps closer but also stopping far enough away that they wouldn't feel threatened. Judging from their conversation, Inko assumed that the smaller boy was likely doing something he shouldn't. "I see you're talking about cosplay," she exclaimed brightly, turning and reaching for a small tub of paint sealant. "I apologize for butting in, but if you're making masks, this is what you should use to make sure that your paint doesn't chip off." She continued, but her voice trailed off as the smaller boy made eye contact with her. She knew those eyes. The boy's eyes sparked with guilt, shame, and fear. Either way, he backed up hastily, his shoulders beginning to rise and fall rapidly as his breaths turned into hyperventilation. Now, Inko noticed the bandages on his hands, the missing finger on his right hand, the scars marring his face. She took a step closer, placing the sealant on the shelf again and extending her hand slightly towards the boy. Before she could ask his name, the boy spun around and started to run. He burst into a dead sprint down the hall, skidding around the corner and slipping as he did so. He fell, sliding into a rack of Copic markers and casting a wild look back at Todoroki and Inko before bolting for the doors. Todoroki glanced at Inko, looking just as surprised as she was. He cleared his throat, struggling to form words. That's Usagi. He's not had the best experience with people my apologies." He laid the basket on the floor where he'd been standing before running after the smaller boy himself. He didn't call a name, he just ran after the boy. Inko stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, before laying her own basket of supplies down and heading after Todoroki. She stopped outside the doors, scanning the parking lot for any sign of the two boys. Inko stared at the parking lot for a full minute, but Todoroki and the other boy had vanished. Why was he so badly hurt? Inko brought a hand to her mouth, the tears beginning to flow. She again saw the fear in the boy's eyes, the way he'd panicked, the scars and missing finger. She dropped to her knees, quiet sobs racking her body. She couldn't say for sure whether or not the wounded boy was her son, but one thing she was certain of was that this child had likely suffered a tragic fate. Runaway nanonethesis bathesis and tigujidaway havidajidaway runaway. Izuku's ears rang at a deafening tone, unable to form a single thought over the cacophony of screaming voices in his head. He didn't know where he was going, all he knew was that he needed to get away and find a quiet place to sort out his own thoughts and work through this panic attack. Shudo was panting heavily now, racing down the sidewalk towards the park. He'd found Izuku as he tapped furiously on his phone. New_DM. 4:34 p.m. Shudo, Midoriya. Shudo, where are you? Shudo, just send me a location. Shudo, I can help you. Shudo, I'm heading for the park we met a few days ago. If you're there, but I'm gonna hope. Shudo, please, Midoriya. He was just entering the park through a well-worn dirt path when his phone buzzed. Rabbit. The stump. Rabbit? I'm at the stump. Shudo, I'm on my way. He slowed to a jog, chest burning from the intense sprinting he'd been doing, and began to pay more attention to his surroundings. He was getting close to where he'd almost run Izuku over, the air beginning to smell faintly of rain. A cicada's cry came from somewhere on Shudo's right, birds sang, and once in a while, gravel would crunch beneath his feet. Now, he recognized the spot Izuku had led him on that first day. Upon further inspection of the hidden trail, Shudo could tell that Izuku had run through here in a panic. Shrubbery was crushed, broken branches jutted out from the sides of the trail, and from the looks of it, Izuku had tripped and crushed a bunch of tall grass. Shudo scratched his head with an anxious breath. Here we go. He pushed his way in, dodging thorns and broken branches until he emerged in the small clearing. There, leaning up against the stump with his knees drawn up to his chest, sat Izuku. He was hyperventilating, holding his hands over his ears and shaking. He raised his head a bit when Shudo entered, revealing eyes overlaid with defeat. Shudo drew close, sitting cross-legged in front of Izuku with a sympathetic look on his face. Carefully, he reached forward to place his hands on Izuku's knees. He said nothing for a long while, just keeping Izuku company until one of them was ready to speak. That was my mom. Izuku choked out in a hoarse voice, lowering his hands from his ears. Shudo stiffened, his brow furrowing as he replied, "Arlie? That was your dash." Izuku nodded, lowering his gaze. Now that Shudo thought about it, he had noticed the uncanny resemblance between the strange woman and Izuku. They had the same hair color, the same round eyes, the same kind smile. With a soft awe, Shudo scooted across the grass so that he was leaning against the stump next to Izuku. Neither of them said anything for a long time. Shudo chose to believe that it was because there weren't any words to be said in this situation, but the reality was that he had no idea what to say. "Good Lord, I'm awkward. I'm sorry I ran out like that. I just thought there are." With a groan of agitation, Izuku brought his hands up to grip the sides of his head in frustration. "There's so much. Ugh, there's so much I want to tell you, but..." Shudo felt something painful in his chest when Izuku spoke this way. It wasn't a feeling he'd experienced in a long time, but he recognized it. He'd felt the same way when he'd been hurt by his mother, when he'd realized that she'd been put in a hospital indefinitely. He wanted to do something, but there wasn't anything he could actually do. It wasn't until Izuku said something that he realized what he was doing. "Todoroki? What are you doing?" Izuku asked, his voice quavering a bit. It was difficult to tell if you were looking at them from any angle other than the front, but Shudo was leaning against Izuku just enough to feel his body heat. Blinking in surprise, he sat upright again and cleared his throat in embarrassment. "Sorry. I just thought I was deep in thought." "Ah, right." Shudo glanced at Izuku's face again. He'd pulled the medical mask down so that his face was exposed, and the look on his face betrayed the pain he must have been feeling. Letting out a long, slow breath, Shudo murmured, "You know, if I saw my mother right now, I'd likely do exactly what you did." Izuku shot him a surprised look, the light slowly returning to his eyes. "Really? Yeah. Why is that?" Brushing his fringe out of his face, Shudo murmured, "The circumstances that led to us being wrenched apart were that they were really. But I don't want to go into detail right now, but I imagine you're not ready to see your mom yet, either." Izuku glanced up at the sky, which was slowly becoming obscured by gray clouds. Anxiety flickered in his eyes at the sight of the darkening sky, which took Shudo by surprise. However, he chose not to ask about it. It was probably something personal that Izuku wouldn't feel too keen about sharing. "Look, if I told you exactly why I reacted like that, would you promise me you wouldn't act on it?" Izuku sighed, shifting into a cross-legged position. Shudo paused for a moment before replying, "I promise. I won't tell a soul." Izuku was quiet for a moment. Then, his words began to slip out. They started slowly, tentatively at first, then they turned into a cascade of words, tumbling over one another like a floodgate had been opened. I was born quirkless and I was kidnapped by a villain with a warp gate quirk. I was with my mother and a friend of mine at a park when I was taken, and they use her as leverage over me. They know where she and I live together, and I'm not allowed to see her. They'll kill her, or worse if I don't obey their commands. That's what I meant back when we fought, when I said that I don't have a choice. Even if I tried to save her, that warp gate fucker would be able to get to her faster than me. And when they have her, they might do to her what they did to me. His voice broke off, his hands beginning to shake. The color had left his face, sweat beginning to bead on Izuku's forehead. Shudo didn't need to ask how Izuku had obtained a quirk. It was a little-known fact, but if a quirkless person underwent enough physical, mental, and emotional torment, they could develop a powerful quirk. I see. He really was tortured. Shudo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, grounding him back in the moment. Green eyes met heterochromatic eyes and they held each other's gazes for a moment. It didn't last long, but Izuku's shoulders relaxed, he let out a long, slow breath, and removed his hood. A somber smile stretched across his face as he laughed softly. I'm sorry, I went on for far too long, didn't I? I have a bad habit of rambling and muttering. No, I don't mind. I really think you should tell someone about what's going on at some point, but that also means you'll be caught. So for now, I'll stay quiet. A shadow fell over Izuku's face for a moment before he reached behind him to grip the stump for support. As he slowly started to rise to his feet, Shudo jumped up and took his hand to help him. They exchanged a glance before Shudo turned to lead the way out of the clearing. What he wasn't expecting was for Izuku to burst out laughing. Confused, Shudo glanced back over his shoulder at Izuku. Oh my god, white pants were a bad idea. At Izuku's hysterical statement, Shudo glanced down at the seat of his pants. Grass stains marked his white shorts messily, and Shudo pinched the bridge of his nose with an exasperated groan. I shouldn't have scooted across the grass like that. You're but literally grass. Izuku's voice broke into his thoughts, leaving Shudo struggling to hold back a laugh. I mean, you did try to kill me before. So I suppose that makes you the lawnmower. Shudo replied in a deadpan voice, leading to Izuku devolving further into laughter. He watched Izuku laughing for a few moments before letting out a soft, tentative laugh himself. The pair laughed for a good few minutes, and eventually Shudo forced out a coherent sentence. I guess we should head back and pick up that mask-making stuff. Let's make it fast before the rain starts falling. Just then, Shudo's phone buzzed from its place in his pocket and he reached down to see who'd texted him. Grimacing, he read the name Endeavor on the screen. New_DM. 4:59 p.m. Endeavor, where are you? Shudo, I'm just with a friend. I ran into him in the chaos of your fight with rabbits, so we went for ice cream. Endeavor, what friend? I thought you only had that creation quirk girl as your friend. Shudo, a boy from another school. I ran into him a few days ago and we hit it off. Endeavor, well, hurry up and get home. You've got training to get to tonight. Shudo, yeah, I get it. We're just picking some stuff up from the store and I'll be home. Endeavor, fine. Make it fast. Shudo is offline. Running a hand through his hair with a sigh, Shudo muttered, Endeavor wants me home right away. Let's just pick up that stuff and I'll help you get started on the mask. Izuku waved a hand dismissively, still smiling brilliantly. No, don't worry. We can construct the mask another day. Let's just grab the stuff and go our separate ways. I'd like to make the mask with you, so I might just get started on a base design and we can work together on it when you have the chance. I mean, I have a bunch of medical masks back at the hotel, so if I have to do a mission, at least I have those. Are you sure? I don't want to be a both dash. You're not a bother, Todoroki. I don't want to be responsible for you getting in trouble with Endeavor. Izuku explained, raising his left foot a bit and gesturing to it with an awkward grin. After that whole ordeal, I've learned just how scary it can be to be on his bad side too. Shudo pursed his lips, eyes fixated on Izuku's leg. He's gonna need those bandages changed again tomorrow and the ones on his hand. And don't be worrying about my bandages. I've changed quite a few bandages during my time as a villain. Like I said, I never get out of a fight unscathed. Izuku sighed, lowering his foot again. Alright, if you need anything, don't hesitate to text me. PFF, you're like an overbearing parent, you know? At least someone is fussing over your wounds. Izuku laughed lightly, bringing his hood back up and shifting the medical mask back over his face. Fair enough. Let's make this quick then. Izuku had been home for about an hour and a half, and he was busily sketching out mask designs on a notepad. There was a vague smile on his face, his head sinking into the mound of pillows, propping his head and shoulders up into an upright position. It was fairly dark outside by now, seeing as angry black clouds had filled the sky. A vague rumble from outside wiped the smile off of Izuku's face, prompting him to cast a glance at the window. Izuku was nervous, and the rumbling voices in his head had grown louder. He'd never been good with storms, but perhaps he'd have been able to deal with them better if they hadn't been used as a torture device against him. He again remembered himself as a child, his tiny fists banging desperately on the locked door of whatever small, dark structure he'd been thrown into. Sometimes he was just thrown outside all night during storms, sometimes he was kept in tiny, dark places that amplified the sound of the thunder. This is going to be a bad night. Run away. Hide. Where's Todoroki? Todoroki can help. Run away. Hide. Hide. He stood up, walking over to turn on the rest of the lights in his room. Furrowing his brow, he could already anticipate the horrible screeching sound in his head and the ringing in his ears that would drown out any sound in the world around him. He felt that he'd likely also have hallucinations, since they were rather common during storms. Izuku was aware that he had complex PTSD, but he wasn't sure whether this hallucination nonsense was did or still PTSD. Either way, it was tougher to deal with when Izuku was anxious, like right now. The storm was beginning to make low rumbles outside, and the voices in the back of his head grew gradually louder. Izuku placed the bag of crafting supplies on the counter of the small kitchen, rifling through it and humming to attempt to distract himself from the oncoming hallucinations. In his chest, he ignites a fire that radiates soothing heat throughout his body. Izuku stiffened when he saw blood coating his hands for a moment, shaking his head when he reassured himself that his hands were clean. A clap of thunder exploded outside and Izuku jumped with a yelp, shrinking into a squatting position. His fingers dug into the countertop, his forehead pressed against the cupboard door, as he attempted to calm his rapidly beating heart. Hide loud. Slowly, he rose to his feet again. He waited and listened for a few moments before going back to rifling through the craft supplies and laying them out on the counter. I'm afraid again. Hide. Run away. The invasive thoughts had amalgamated into one loud voice that sounded like someone whispering in his ear. I remember how Shigaraki locked me outside in that storm when I was 9. I should hide. Hiding makes it better. Yeah, and I'm not outside now. His face twisted into a scowl, his temper rising. Right now, the thoughts were more of a nuisance than an actual force to be reckoned with. Still, the fear was there. Izuku took a deep breath inward, held it for a few moments, then let it out slowly. Turning towards the bathroom, he pushed his fringe back out of his face before letting it fall down again. For a second, he again found himself thinking about how nice it was to have his hair cut to a manageable length. This thought was quickly shattered as another boom of thunder came from outside. Izuku again dropped down, slamming his hands over his ears. Unfortunately, doing this didn't stop the thoughts from jeering at him from inside his head. I'm a coward. My fear is justified. Izuku's body was racked with tremors and there was a high-pitched keening noise in his ears, but he still bore a hostile expression. God, this is irritating. Every single storm. Why don't I get violent? It relieves stress. I should kill someone. It's nice. Kill someone. Make them bleed. No, I need to run away. Hide. Hurt someone. No. It doesn't relieve stress. He countered his own thoughts aloud, hoping it'd relieve the stress somewhat. Rising to his feet, he reached for a face cloth, wetting it under the stream of hot water. Izuku wrung it out before bringing it to his face and washing his face with a groan. His body jolted when more thunder rumbled outside. Hide no away. Slowly, he lowered the face cloth and looked at his reflection in the mirror. His blood ran cold. I'm hallucinating again. This isn't real. What am I talking about? This is me. This was me today, actually. I'm a villain. It was his own reflection, but the reflection's eyes were ice cold. The reflection's face, hands, and clothes were stained with blood, and Izuku splashed water in his face to clear the hallucination. He was again faced by his own reflection, this time without the hallucination. He sighed shakily, turning to leave. A shadow flickered at the corner of his vision, and he whipped around to look at it. Of course, nothing was there. I'm so scared of what I've done. I know I'm never going to be accepted by anyone, so why do I refuse to acknowledge my atrocities? Shut up! Izuku snapped, his anger spiking. He drove his fist into the bathroom wall hard enough to leave a dent, immediately feeling the regret of letting his anger get the best of him. Thunder outside again forced Izuku to cover his ears. As he lowered himself to his knees, curling in on himself, flashbacks and hallucinations hit him full force. The vague sounds of death throes echoing inside his head, the taste of bile rising in his throat as he remembered the terror of Shigaraki's torture. The world around him went silent, save for the ringing in his ears, the horrible sounds of his own voice in his head and the screams in his memories. He was shuddering, hyperventilating, panicking. I'm okay. I'm okay. It'll pass. It'll pass like always. It's all gonna be fine. He choked out between chattering teeth. His phone buzzed in his pocket and he forced his shaking fingers to grasp at it. New_DM. 8:25 p.m. Shudo, how's the mask coming along? You come up with any decent designs yet? Izuku attempted to tap out a reply, but he was too shaky to form a coherent message. Before he could decide whether or not to phone Shudo instead, another message appeared on the screen. Shudo, Endeavor got called out to fight a high-level villain with some kind of Earth-related quirk, so my training with him got cut short. No need to worry about him tonight, and he might even be sent off to fight more villains in another city. Something like that? Shudo, I totally forgot about getting ice cream with you. We can go sometime tomorrow, if it's nice out. Rabbit, Shudo, are you having that much trouble with the mask? Rabbit, Thunfer. Shuto, Midoriya? Rabbit, Scarred if Tgumder. Shudo, you're scared of thunder? Rabbit, yes. Rabbit, Shudo immediately sat bolt upright from where he'd been lying on his bed. It was difficult to understand Izuku's messages, but that was normal if he was having a panic attack. He started tapping out a response, then deleted it and phoned Izuku instead. After a few rings, there was a click, followed by Izuku's voice. Todoroki? Yes, it's me. Are you all right? A long pause. There was a clap of thunder outside, and Shudo became aware of the fact that Izuku was hyperventilating. You don't have to come, it happens all the time. Midoriya. Izuku said nothing for the longest time, but Shudo could hear his erratic breaths. Finally, Izuku whispered, I panicked that it's because of the thunder. He didn't even let Izuku finish before he stood up and grabbed a pale blue hoodie. I'm on my way right now. Stay on the phone, okay? I'm coming. Izuku stopped talking, but with every thunderclap, Shudo heard his breath hitch. On some odd impulse, Shudo grabbed his earbuds and jammed them in his pocket too. Fuyumi caught sight of Shudo heading for the door, calling after him, Where are you going at this hour? It's raining cats and dogs out there. Shudo lowered his phone as he slipped on a pair of gray sneakers, responding with, My friend's afraid of thunder and he's alone right now. If father comes back, tell him I'm at a friend's house. Or something. Just cover for me. Fuyumi opened her mouth as if to protest, but closed it again with a sigh. You're going to be exhausted for school tomorrow. That doesn't matter. If I miss a day, I can catch up. Fuyumi laughed softly at that. You're a lot softer than you let on, you know? Shudo gave her a quick nod of gratitude before rushing out the door, bringing his phone up to his ear again. Midoriya, you still there? He yelled over the sound of howling wind and thunder. Yes. I'm coming, okay? Hang on. Izuku said nothing, but Shudo knew he was still on the other end of the line. This was confirmed when he heard a retching noise, like someone was vomiting somewhere away from the phone. Shudo furrowed his brow in concern. Is he really that stressed? It didn't take him long to reach the hotel again, but he found himself thinking about how often he'd run here for Izuku's sake over the past couple days. Far too many, perhaps. I need to stop and think things through more often. His phone was streaked with water, and he silently thanked his past self that he'd thought to buy a life-proof case. This could have been bad if he'd wrecked his phone in the process of helping Izuku. Endeavor would not be pleased about a broken phone. Slowly, he opened the door to the hotel, praying to whatever god was listening that there was no receptionist. Unfortunately, the first thing he heard when he entered the lobby was the sound of a receptionist's voice. "Oh dear. I can't believe you were out and about in that weather." Shudo's hair was soaked and plastered to his head, not to mention messy beyond compare. The usually distinct line between red and white hair was now almost unrecognizable, red and white hairs mingling together like a child's coloring project. He was also soaked to the bone, water dripping off his body and pooling on the floor. He wiped his feet half-heartedly on the doormat before approaching the counter, laying his phone down, and placing his palms on it. Hoping his expression could convey the importance of his sudden appearance, he gasped, "My friend, Usagi-sat." He was glad he remembered the false name he'd given Izuku. "He's having a panic attack. He called me for help. Please let me see him." The receptionist seemed to understand, but she fiddled with a strand of her silver-blue hair and murmured, "I'm sorry, dear. I can't let you in unless I talk to Mr. Sata direct dash. I'm Endeavor's son. Shudo Todoroki. My father's Enji Todoroki. I don't care what strings I have to pull, but my friend is in a very bad place right now and he needs help. Please just let this slide once. If you get in trouble for it, I'll take the blame." Shudo's mouth moved before he could think, his voice strained and desperate. This was odd. The woman searched his face for a moment, her eyes conflicted. After a few moments that seemed to last an eternity, she let out a soft breath. "Very well. You seem very worried about him, so please, go help him." Shudo let out a heavy sigh of relief, grabbing his phone again and heading for Izuku's room at a jog. "Thank you very much." He called over his shoulder at the receptionist before raising the phone to his ear. "Midoriya, I'm here. Open the door." He spoke into the phone, skidding to a stop in front of Izuku's room. There was a pause, then the line went dead. Shudo lowered his phone, squinting at it in confusion. He had 4 bars of service here, so Izuku had probably hung up on him. Dropping the phone in his pocket, he waited quietly for Izuku to answer. It took so long for the door to unlock that Shudo had started reaching for his phone to call Izuku again. He wedged his phone back in his pocket as the bolt on the door clicked, waiting for it to open. Slowly, the door opened a crack to reveal Izuku standing there. His face was as pale as snow, his entire body racked with tremors and his shoulders drawn inward, making him appear far smaller than he actually was. "Todoroki?" he choked out in a hoarse voice. "Yes, it's me," Shudo responded. Still, Izuku reached out a hand to press his palm against Shudo's soaked chest, recoiling sharply with a soft gasp when Izuku realized that he wasn't a hallucination. "May I come in?" Shudo asked gently, to which Izuku nodded and opened the door. Once inside, Shudo noticed that every single light, lamp and television was switched on in the hotel room, and the curtains over the window were drawn shut. Shudo opened his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by a clap of thunder. Izuku jumped, his body going rigid before he clasped a hand over his mouth and spun around, darting into the bathroom. Shudo followed him, stopping in the doorway as Izuku kneeled over the toilet and threw up. He isn't anything like the vicious killer the media paints him to be. Shudo removed his sopping hoodie, entering the bathroom and dropping it in the bathtub. He had no idea what on earth to do, but Izuku seemed to need some sort of human contact. So, Shudo kneeled beside Izuku, resting a hand on his back and studying the features of his face. The prominent, dark scars, the pale white ones, the way his freckles formed patterns on his nose and cheeks. Izuku's eyes flitted over to meet Shudo's. "I'm sorry. I'm being a burden again. Stop worrying about that. You don't bother me." Shudo sighed, involuntarily moving his hand up to rest on Izuku's head. It was then that a single thought hit him. Izuku's hair was ridiculously soft and fluffy. Shudo was captivated for a moment, moving his fingers to tangle in Izuku's hair as an expression of wonder and curiosity fell across his face. "Ta Todoroki? What are you dash?" Shudo quickly withdrew his hand, opening his mouth to say something, when he was once again interrupted by a loud boom of thunder. Izuku swallowed hard. What on earth do I do here? Shudo thought hard about the problem. The sound of thunder was one part of it, and from the looks of it, the dark was another part of it. There was also the possibility of isolation or abandonment playing a role, but Shudo had no idea how much of a role it played in Izuku's panic state. Suddenly, Izuku rose to his feet, eyes fixated on his reflection in the mirror. His hands shakily moved up to his face and an expression of terror formed there. A hallucination? He stood up as well, grabbing Izuku's shoulders and spinning him around so that he could no longer see his reflection. Izuku's clouded eyes began to clear as Shudo exclaimed, "You're all right. There's nothing there. You're safe. You don't need to worry, Midoriya. Nothing is going to hurt you." Izuku blinked a few times, his eyes focusing on Shudo's face. Slowly, he seemed to gain a grasp on reality again. It was then that an idea hit Shudo, and he released Izuku's shoulders. "Hang on a second." It turned around, reaching into the bathtub, into the pocket of his drenched hoodie. He pulled out his phone and white earbuds, plugging the buds into the headphone port of his phone. Then, he turned his attention back to Izuku and offered him the earbuds. "Put these in your ears," he instructed as he cycled through his music library to find something that would block out the sound of the thunder as well as calm Izuku down. "Come on." Porter Robinson was the artist he settled on. By now, Izuku had managed to put the earbuds in his ears, and Shudo's finger tapped on the shuffle icon. Izuku jumped when the music started, but after the initial surprise, his face scrunched up in an expression of deep thought. Shudo waited with bated breath, watching Izuku until his shoulders relaxed, the tension left his body, and his eyes fell shut. Izuku let out a heavy sigh, opening his eyes and meeting Shudo's own bicolored eyes. Thunder exploded outside, but Izuku didn't seem to hear it. He just gave Shudo a relieved grin. "I can't believe that worked." Shudo ran a hand through his sopping mop of red and white hair with a sigh of relief before he handed the phone to Izuku, reaching for a towel. He was about to start drying his hair when he realized that Izuku would probably need water after getting sick so often. He draped the towel over his shoulders, leaving the room for the kitchen. From behind him, he heard the sound of the toilet flushing. He managed to find a glass and fill it with water before Izuku exited the bathroom with a look of curiosity on his face. They stared at each other for a moment before Shudo moved to hand Izuku the glass. After a brief PRD of confusion, Izuku grasped why Shudo was giving him the glass and took it from him. Walking over to the sink, he used the first mouthful of water to rinse out his mouth before washing his face and refilling the glass. He started to chug it all in one go, but Shudo tapped his shoulder and mouthed for him to slow down. Thankfully, Izuku seemed to realize what he was saying and settled for taking small sips from the glass here and there. Slowly, Shudo walked around and turned off a few lights. Izuku started to say something, but Shudo met his eyes and mouthed, "Not all of them." A heavy sigh left Izuku's body and the curly-haired boy leaned back against the counter for a moment, eyes closed. Shudo watched him for a few moments before going back to tidying up the room. He was tidying the bathroom when he noticed an orange-sized dent in the wall. Had Izuku punched it? He glanced over at Izuku, who had opened his eyes and was now watching Shudo curiously. Shudo pointed to the dent with a confused look, and Izuku replied with, "I sometimes strike out at things when I panic." "Sorry." Shudo shook his head, waving a hand dismissively. It wasn't a big deal. He could pay for it. The thunder outside had withdrawn into a low rumbling, but the wind outside still howled and rain pelted the window with the sound of hail. It wasn't good for Izuku to take the earbuds out yet. He'd panic if a sudden clap of thunder came out of nowhere. Shudo finished tidying the room and turning off all sorts of light sources until the only sources of light were the overhead light above the stove, the bathroom light, and the light of the two bedside lamps in the room. Izuku reached up, pulling one earbud from his ear and meeting Shudo's eyes again. "You should put that back in. I don't know when more thunder's gonna come," Shudo warned, walking in Izuku's direction. Izuku, however, let out another sigh. I appreciate your help, but I just need a distraction from my own thoughts. Your voice is nice to listen to as well, and it counts as a distraction. At this statement, the both of them stiffened with wide-eyed expressions of surprise. Izuku's face regained its color, his hands raised up in surprise, and he babbled, "And not that I'm blowing off your help, I mean, I was really panicked there and you let me use your phone even though I'm not really trustworthy or anything, and now you're letting me listen to your music and oh god, I'm rambling, I'm sorry, but I just dash." Midoriya. Izuku stopped, met by Shudo's small half-smile. "It's fine, I'm not upset. I'm just worried you might see things again." Izuku's face fell, his gaze lowering to the bruised knuckles of his left hand. "Alright, I could hurt you dash. That's not what I meant. I meant that I want you to feel safe. I'm not afraid of you, so you don't need to worry about that anymore." Izuku lowered his hand, giving Shudo a somber smile once more. "Thanks, Todoroki. Hearing that means a lot to me." Shudo hummed in response, bringing the towel up to his head and beginning to roughly dry his hair. When he pulled the towel down to his shoulders again, Izuku tried, and failed miserably, to stifle a laugh. Shudo didn't need to ask to know what Izuku was laughing at. His hair probably looked like a red and white rat's nest. Rather than remain stoic and emotionless, Shudo decided to make this even more ridiculous in an attempt to distract Izuku from the storm. He used his hands to mess his own hair up until its unruliness rivaled Izuku's own hair. Then, he struck an exaggerated pose, furrowed his brow and spoke in an overly edgy voice, "I'm the rabbit, the silent assassin who can't work a shower knob to save my life." Izuku burst out laughing, immediately removing the earbud from his ear with a wait, before he ducked his entire head into the kitchen sink and turned on the water, soaking his hair until it laid flat on his head. Then, with water running off his hair, soaking his shirt, and making puddles on the floor, he struck a stiff pose, crossed his arms, and made his face as devoid of expression as he could muster. "I'm Shudo Todoroki, and I'm an emo pretty boy who hates smiling. I don't talk like that," Shudo remarked, but ended up bursting out laughing for the first time in many years. Izuku devolved into laughter as well, clutching his stomach and doubling over as they momentarily forgot about the grumbling thunder outside. A sudden clap of thunder, however, made Izuku put the earbuds back in his ears with a jump. Izuku opened his eyes an hour or so after the two of them had passed out on the bed in the room. Shudo had opened the curtains, and the sky was almost completely clear. The waning moon cast silver light in through the window, illuminating the messy flyaway strands of Shudo's wild hair. In his ears, the sound of Porter Robinson's Sea of Voices was playing softly. The ringing he'd heard had ceased, and the thoughts in his head were drowned out by the relaxing melody. It took a moment of staring at Shudo's sleeping face, bathed in silver moonlight, for Izuku to realize what on earth had happened. "Shudo Todoroki is sleeping in my bed." His heart started to thump against his ribcage, threatening to leap out of his chest. Why Izuku felt so anxious was unknown to him, but the thought again slammed around inside his head like a mouse trying to escape from a cage. "Shudo Todoroki is sleeping in my bed." Izuku took a deep breath, letting it out with a small puff of flame before rolling onto his side to look at Shudo a bit better. The other boy's mouth was slightly agape, and it was at this moment that Izuku realized. Good lord, he looks ridiculous. Izuku sat up, taking in the state of his sleeping friend. His hair was an ungodly mess, his mouth open and a thin trail of saliva starting to run down his chin. He was spread-eagled on his back, and Izuku had no idea what the F was going on with Shudo's legs. It was like looking at a tangled shoelace. Izuku choked back a laugh, but his shuddering body somehow led to Shudo inhaling sharply before blinking awake. Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth, eyes wide and a blush forming on his face as Shudo sat up and rubbed his eyes. His mouth moved, but Izuku didn't know what he was saying. With one last glance out the window to make sure the storm had passed, Izuku removed the earbuds from his ears. A pang of regret hit him as soon as he did, as the buzzing of the thoughts in the back of his head returned. "I'm sorry. I didn't catch that." I said, "What's wrong?" "You're shaking." He slurred groggily, turning to look at Izuku. That okay, I'm really sorry, but I woke up and you looked absolutely ridiculous and I started laughing and holy shit, there's still drool on your face and dash. Shudo immediately seemed to wake up and rubbed the spit off his chin in embarrassment. Then, he reached a hand up to feel his hair. After a moment of working his fingers through it, he let out a sigh, giving Izuku a small smile in the moonlight. I look like you did, don't I? Izuku shot him a lopsided smile, responding with, yeah. Who's the wild child now? Maybe I've always been the weird one, actually. I ended up helping you despite you being a villain. And now, if you get caught, I'll also be treated as a villain. Weird how things work out, isn't it? Izuku dropped his gaze. It's my effie. Don't go thinking it's your fault now though. I chose to help you of my own accord. Izuku glanced at him in surprise. It's like he knows what I'm thinking. Izuku flopped back down on the bed with a heavy sigh. Neither of them said anything for a while. Izuku had known this for a while, but it finally hit him that he was in a dark room and wasn't overly panicky about it. Though, as soon as he noticed, a shudder ran through his body and the thoughts started to form whispering voices. He rolled over and turned on the bedside lamp with a shaky sigh, immediately feeling comforted by the warm light that flooded the room. Izuku was acutely aware of Shudo watching him curiously, feeling those eyes burning into the back of his head. He decided now was as good a time as any to explain why he so desperately needed Shudo's help in the storm. Hey, Todoroki? I think you should know why I'm so scared of storms. And of the dark too. Shudo was quiet, but he turned his body towards Izuku, sitting Indian style with his hands resting on his feet. I'll listen. But don't feel like you have to keep talking if it's too hard. Thank you. So, Izuku spoke. His words were soft, his hands making small gestures once in a while as his eyes fixated on the rough surface of the ceiling. He told Shudo how, at first, he'd been left outside in storms. How his superior had found it hilarious that Izuku was too weak for even a little thunder. Izuku's eyebrows knitted together in a pained expression as he explained in intricate detail how the abuse had escalated. His first night being locked in a dark shed during a storm. How he'd been kept in dark rooms and isolated until he couldn't bear it and had to use his quirk. As he spoke, the voices in his head talked over one another, some screaming for him to stop talking, others urging him to tell Shudo everything. It was irritating and he could hear the slight beginnings of his tinnitus acting up, but he continued to speak. The worst, though, was this one room. If I F'd up, they'd put me in there. They don't use it as much now, but it's got a small little crawl space with a low roof and a cement floor. They block out all the light and lock me in, but I'm barefoot and they litter the floor with stuff. They'd have me find objects in the dark, usually around 8 or 9 things, and they have broken glass, nails, and razor wire on the floor. You don't need to worry so much, because I haven't been in there in 3 years, but dash. His words trailed off at the touch of soft fingertips on his arm. Izuku turned his head to see Shudo looking at him with this awful expression. His eyes were narrowed, as if he were fighting back tears, and his face was tight. Slowly, he moved closer as if to embrace Izuku, but ended up resting his forehead on the top of Izuku's head. Shudo's breath was shallow, and Izuku heard him whisper, "You don't deserve this." Izuku didn't say anything for a long while. Instead, he focused on the sound of Shudo's breaths, trying to use them as a means of ignoring his own head. He brought his left hand up, contemplating whether or not to touch Shudo's hair. He chose not to, lowering his hand again as he murmured, "You go through a lot of shit too, don't you? I mean with your own family member and stuff. If anyone doesn't deserve the shit they get handed, it's you." Shudo shifted, moving so that he was lying beside Izuku again. His face had softened somewhat and he replied, "I think we're both pretty messed up." Izuku let out a soft, sad laugh as he rested his hands on his stomach. "We both got thrown into a clusterfuck of a-holism and tomfuckery, didn't we? I wouldn't exactly word it like that, but yes. Also, I'm sorry about putting my face on you. I shouldn't have done that without asking if it was okay." "Oh, I don't mind. It was nice. I don't get to experience stuff like that very often." Shudo let out a heavy sigh, his eyes falling shut. "I think we should both just get some rest." You seriously need it. Why yeah, you're probably right. Sorry for rambling on about my life. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you panicking and stress vomiting and having a bad night in general. You need rest. Before Izuku could think, his mouth was moving and in a low voice, he whispered, "It got easier to bear after you got here." It took a second for his words to sink in, but as soon as Izuku realized what he'd said, he whipped around, lying so that his back was to Shudo. He jammed the earbuds back in his ears, focusing on the next song, which was a bit more upbeat but still very relaxed. Good night, Todoroki. He considered just falling asleep, but before he did, he pulled an earbud out and murmured, "Is it all right if I leave the light on?" "Of course." "Good night, Midoriya." Shudo mumbled sleepily. Izuku closed his eyes with a relaxed sigh, easing up enough to again lay comfortably on his back. After a few minutes, he began sinking into the lull of sleep. He was unaware of Shudo's fingers lacing with his own as he slept soundly. Shudo awakes to pressure on his chest. It's heavy but not uncomfortable. And it's very warm. Wait, what time is it dash? His eyes fly open and a panicked gasp escapes him. Above him isn't the roof of his own bedroom, but the roof of the hotel room he'd bought for Izuku. Mid-morning sunlight falls over the beige and gray plaid blanket covering his body. He takes a deep breath in an attempt to slow his rapidly beating heart. He wasn't at home. Endeavor wasn't going to him. A mumble comes from somewhere in his chest area. Shudo had faced many things. Being beaten to within an inch of his life. Being sent to school and forced to hide the scratches and bruises he received at home. Having scalding water poured over his face. Finding his second-ever friend in the shape of an unwilling serial killer and arsonist. Though he's never faced something like this. What he currently faces is the fact that the aforementioned serial killer and arsonist has his head resting on Shudo's chest, left arm draped over his torso and earbuds just barely managing to stay in his ears. His shoulders rise and fall rhythmically in his sleep, an unruly mess of green curls splayed out across Shudo's t-shirt and an uncharacteristic warmth radiates from Izuku's entire body. His face is obscured, but Shudo doesn't need to see it. He has an idea of what Izuku's face looks like in sleep, and it creates an odd feeling in his chest as his heart rate starts to climb. He starts trying to pry himself free of Izuku's embrace as carefully as possible, but he doesn't count on Izuku being a ridiculously light sleeper. He just gently wrapped his fingers around Izuku's wrist when the smaller boy rips free of sleep with a gasp, sitting bolt upright and glancing around in a panic. It takes a moment for him to come to his senses, but when he does, he glances down at where Shudo's hand gingerly grasps his wrist. For a moment, neither Izuku nor Shudo say anything. Then, the temperature rises exponentially and the two jump away from each other. This would have been fine if Izuku hadn't jumped 3 inches too far and started careening off the edge of the bed as the earbuds flew free of his ears. Shudo rushes to grab him, but he also overshoots the distance. He grabs Izuku's shirt, but his poor balance and Izuku's weight drags them both over the edge of the bed with a heavy thud. Shudo's bottom jaw collides with Izuku's chest painfully and Izuku bangs his head on the floor, leaving both of them grumbling in pain. "Oh my god, what the hell?" Izuku groans, rubbing the back of his head as Shudo rolls off of him to lie on his back at his side. Shudo brings a hand up to his jaw, rubbing it with a grimace. "Sorry. It's my fault for startling you." He mumbles through his teeth. "And no, don't worry about it. I shouldn't have jumped back like that." Izuku sighs, sitting up and glancing over at Shudo. Shudo again feels that fluttery sensation in his chest. With a soft exhale, he sits up as well, resting some of his weight on the palms of his hands. For a moment, he considers asking Izuku if he wants to go somewhere for breakfast, but decides to reconsider when he remembers that he should probably check his phone for any messages. Maybe Endeavor had been scheduled to work away from home for a few more days and Shudo would have more free time to spend with Izuku. He rises to his feet, spotting his phone on the side table. Just as he's walking towards it, Izuku staggers to his feet, wincing when he puts weight on his burned leg. "Wanna eat something? I've still got a lot of that food you bought in the fridge." Shudo raises a hand dismissively, but before he can speak, Izuku's limping towards the fridge. A sigh of exasperation escapes him. Yes, I have no say in the matter. Shudo ends up casting one last glance in the direction of his phone before following Izuku into the kitchen. He glances over Izuku's shoulder, expecting to see a few essentials in the fridge. What he does see is a flat of Gatorade, a jar of peanut butter, in the fridge of all places, a 4-pack of Red Bull, an unholy amount of instant noodles, and a small bag containing the food items Shudo had bought him a few days prior. Midoriya? Yeah, he responds, glancing back over his shoulder with a plastic spoon sticking out of his mouth. I'm not going to ask where you got the money, but... He gestures vaguely towards the contents of the fridge. What exactly is that? Izuku raises an eyebrow. It's my food? He responds, his tone confused. Shudo pinches the bridge of his nose with a soft groan. Izuku stands up straight, propping the door of the fridge open against his leg as he crosses his arms. With an awkward laugh, Izuku stammers, I'm sorry. I'm not that used to buying, normal food. Shudo holds up a hand. No, never mind. I'll help you buy proper food next time. He suggests, shrugging his shoulders just a bit. Izuku's face falls at his words, and he turns back to the fridge again. That I don't think we'll have the chance. I only have a few more days here, remember? Shudo blinks. Alright. Sorry. Yet, something in the way the happiness completely drains from Izuku's shoulders makes Shudo hunt desperately for something to say. Something to bring back the light that had just beamed from the curly-haired boy. Running a hand through his hair with a sigh, Shudo draws closer and murmurs, Well, we'll find another chance when you're free. When you're saved from the villains. Izuku laughs harshly. I appreciate the thought, but there's no way I'm gonna be saved. I'm a villain, Todoroki. Even if I were free of them, I'm way too deep in the life of a villain to be rehabilitated into a normal life. He responds with a sidelong glance at Shudo. Shudo, however, isn't going to take that as an answer. If you truly believed you can't be saved, he began, you would have killed me in that alley when you had the chance. Izuku stiffens. Someone who's given up would never smile the way you do. Or fall off beds when someone touches him. Or joke with myself and Yaoyorozu over mundane things. Shudo continues, the words spilling out of him in a rather uncharacteristic way. Izuku's shoulders tremble as he takes a shaky breath. At first, he says nothing, and Shudo doesn't press him to do so. Yet, after a few moments, Izuku glances back over his shoulder, emerald eyes glistening with tears that threaten to spill over. You're awful giving me false hope like this. He laughs weakly. Shudo finds a tiny smile beginning to play at the corners of his mouth. It's not false hope if it's something that'll actually happen. Sniffling, Izuku blinks repeatedly to try holding back his tears. He's failing miserably. With a quiet exhale, Shudo's version of a laugh, the two-toned boy reaches for the bag he'd brought Izuku, peering inside at the contents. There are still a pair of apples and a box of granola bars inside, he notices with a hint of relief. At least we won't be eating instant ramen for breakfast. Shudo reaches into the bag, handing an apple to Izuku and taking the last one for himself. After this, let's get started on that mask. It would be bad if your face was seen while doing your work. Izuku sniffs again, rubbing his eyes with his right forearm. As he did this, Shudo's eyes again drift to the bandage hiding the stump of Izuku's finger. His own hand tingles at the sight of it, and he closes the fridge. First, let me change that bandage on your hand. Emerald eyes meet blue and gray, and a smile breaks through Izuku's emotional expression. Sure. Toshinori lets out a heavy sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. He'd been tracking this sludge villain ever since it burst out of a convenience store, laden with stolen money, but to no avail. He'd run deep through the sewer system, and now he's standing under a manhole, the trail completely gone. God, I'm losing my edge. He sighs to himself, reverting to his true form in a burst of steam. He's about to start climbing the ladder when his phone rings and echoes throughout the sewer tunnel. In his haste to stop the noisy ringtone, he picks up without glancing at the caller ID. Hello. He stammers a greeting. Toshinori? Is this a bad time? Inko's voice on the other end of the line is uncharacteristically meek and slightly ragged, as if she's been crying. This immediately catches Toshinori's attention, and he responds with, "No, not at all. What happened? You don't sound like yourself." Inko takes a deep, shaky breath on the other end. A heavy silence follows, where the only sound is the near-inaudible gurgling of the water in the sewer tunnel. Inko is silent for so long, in fact, that Toshinori opens his mouth again to ask if she's all right. "I saw him, Toshinori." "Who did you see?" He immediately blurts out, nerves beginning to build up in his stomach. Was it a villain? Was it all for one? Was it? "I saw Izuku yesterday, Toshi. At a craft supply store." Toshinori's blood runs cold. His grip loosens on his phone, which is now on the brink of plummeting into the water Toshinori stands in. It feels to him as though the entire world has ceased to turn. Is not. "Where are you right now?" "I'm not at home." "Why? Will you meet me someplace for coffee? I think this is the kind of thing we should discuss in person." Another deep, shaky breath. "I mean, only if you feel comfortable doing so. We could still talk over the phone about this if you're not ready to talk in person." "I didn't mean to assume dash." Toshinori backpedals furiously, suddenly aware of how insensitive he must have sounded, trying to drag painful memories from his dear friend. There's a soft laugh on the other end, the kind of laugh you'd expect from someone in pain. Still, it's a laugh all the same. "No need to get worried over me. Talking over coffee sounds nice. Where should we meet?" Toshinori heaves a sigh of relief, and the laugh comes again. This time, however, it sounds less pained and more grateful that this is good. "I'm not far from your house. How about that little cafe next to the supermarket?" "That sounds good. I'll be there in a half hour." "All right, I'll see you then, Mrs. Midori, Inko." "No, you're not making the mask half and half." Shudo groans for the 10th time today. Izuku laughs, holding up the mask in its current state. "Come on, you really helped me out with this. It'd be rude to not have a nod to you in its final design." In his opinion, Shudo is ridiculously good at designing masks. Izuku hadn't done much but suggest a rabbit-themed design, and Shudo had picked up the idea and ran with it. So now, Izuku's holding up the white rabbit-faced mask with a grin. It looks like a rabbit's face, but with the filters for a gas mask on either side of the face, one blue and one red-tinted lens over the eye holes, a vague nod to Shudo's heterochromatic eyes, and a stretchy but sturdy pair of bands attached to the back of the mask to hold it securely on Izuku's face. The outside is currently layered with a layer of white paint to hide the ugly fluorescent hues of the painter's tape, duct tape, modeling clay, plastic, aluminum, and what have you that the mask is constructed of. It would need another layer still, but for now, the design is perfect. Shudo again readjusts the blue hair clip that holds his bangs back out of his face, blowing upwards in frustration as a few loose strands tickle his nose. The tinted lenses are enough. Just make it somewhat like your old metal one. Or make it green. PFF. Green would be too much with the whole green getup I wear already. I like the white, how about I just add some red spots on the left side? Or a stripe? Or, like maybe war paint dash. Fine. As long as it doesn't completely give away our involvement with each other. The other sighs in exasperation. As Shudo grabs a second hair clip out of the bag of craft supplies, Izuku suggested buying hair clips. Izuku's eyes trails to the dark scar over his left eye. The way it puckers a bit where it meets smooth, pale skin, how a few trails illustrate the way something must have dripped down his face and burned horrendously on the way. Is it that unsettling? Shudo's voice breaks through his thoughts. The phrase is spoken bluntly and with little emotion, but the way the sadness sparks in Shudo's eyes gives it away. Lowering the unfinished rabbit mask, Izuku holds up a hand and stammers, It's not unsettling. I mean, have you seen my face? Yours is perfectly fine." The sadness leaves Shudo's eyes once more, and his brows raise a tiny bit. Slowly, he begins to bring a hand up to his scar, but Izuku reaches out and stops him. They stare at each other for a moment, until Izuku chokes out, "Please don't touch your face like that. You're not ugly with the scar, and, you shouldn't touch your face with your hands like that." Confusion sparks in his eyes, but after a moment, he glances at his hand. Oh! His hand is covered in still wet paint. Now that Izuku thinks about it, his own hands are, too. In his head, the voices rise in volume. Midoriya, you have paint on your fingers. With a yelp, Izuku yanks his hand away, but the damage has already been done. There are white fingerprints and smudges on Shudo's wrist now, and Izuku stammers, "Shit, I'm sorry." Shudo inspects the marks with vague curiosity, then drags his gaze back to Izuku. Without warning, he sticks his index finger in the styrofoam bowl of paint, then leaves a thick, white track across Izuku's exposed leg. "Oh my god, Todoroki." Izuku laughs after a moment of staring at his friend's handiwork. A small smile graces Shudo's face as he replies, "Now we're even." Izuku devolves into peals of laughter as soft chuckling escapes Shudo. As he's distracted, Izuku scoops some of the paint off his leg with his finger and pokes him in the side of the neck with it. Shudo gasps at the cold, then reaches up instinctively to wipe it. Todoroki wait dash. Too late. What was originally a grape-sized dot on the side of Shudo's neck is now a smudge the size of an orange. There's paint all over his hand, dripping down onto the collar of his pale blue shirt, and the expression on his face is priceless. His eyes are comically wide, his mouth opened just enough that it looks like he's been frozen mid-speech. After a moment, he manages to say, "I didn't think this one through, did I?" Izuku snorts before laughing again, and Shudo starts laughing as well. They're so enveloped in peace and bliss that neither of them notice the new texts from Endeavor and Shigaraki on their phones. Izuku's head is almost silent. Morning sunlight filters in through the windows of the cafe, the only customers being Toshinori, Inko, and an elderly man far out of earshot. Toshinori takes a slow sip of the coffee in his hands as Inko stares pensively into her own mug. Her fingers are laced together on the table, a storm of emotions roiling in her emerald green eyes. At this point, Toshinori is too afraid to speak first, aware that any tactless words could break the thin veil of resolve she wears. Finally, she speaks. "There's no need to be so tense, Toshi. I won't fall apart if you speak." She sighs, finally reaching for her mug and taking a tiny sip. That doesn't do much to ease his worry, but it's a start. Right? Then where would you like to begin? Inko raises her head to meet his eyes, her expression unreadable. Toshinori can't help but notice the way her fingers tighten ever so slightly around the white ceramic mug as her eyebrows lower almost unnoticeably. "He was talking with another boy in the aisle next to the one I was in, and something in the way he spoke made me curious. He used the same tone my Izuku used to speak to people with, and I decided to be nosy." She sighs, pausing to take another sip. Toshinori says nothing. The other boy seemed like a friend of his. What was his name? Todoroki, that's it. An odd-looking one, but dash. Toshinori chokes on his drink at that name, tasting a bit of blood as he coughs. Inko's eyes spark with concern, but he holds up a hand to reassure her. "Todoroki? Is that for sure the name you heard?" Inko looks bewildered as she replies, "Weiss, I'm sure of it." "Then that must be the son of Endeavor." Inko looks shocked. "Are you serious?" Then dash. "Wait, I apologize if this seems a bit blunt, but please continue. I'd like to hear everything before I come to conclusions, and I interrupted you." "Oh, no need to apologize. I don't mind. I'll continue." She composes herself again before picking up where she left off. From the sounds of it, the two of them were working on making a mask. A rabbit mask. And from the sounds of it, it seems like they want to hide whatever relationship they have. I have my thoughts on this, but I'll leave those for the end. She takes a deep breath, her expression hardening despite the fact that her eyes start to glisten with tears. "Todoroki noticed me first. I didn't want to scare them off, so I played dumb, I suppose. I was showing them some sealant that might have helped them make this mask, and..." The tears are threatening to spill out now. "I wasn't too concerned about the boy hiding himself in a hoodie and one of those medical masks, but that I recognized his eyes. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. He's my son." At this point, she's crying, bringing a hand to her mouth as fat tears start rolling down her cheeks. The fear in his eyes was like nothing I've seen before. He was covered in horrible scars, Toshinori. They're all over his face and his arms, and that he's recently lost a finger. His bandages were still bloody. She sobs, and Toshinori does the only thing he can in this situation. Slowly, he reaches out and places his hand over hers, squeezing it in an effort to offer her sympathy. He hopes that she can't feel the devastation and white-hot anger beginning to rise up in his chest. She doesn't need that right now. He lets her cry, remaining in stoic silence himself. Who in their right mind would hurt my son like this? He's never done anything to hurt anyone. He has so much love to give and he's... By this time, a waitress has noticed Inko's muffled sobs and anxiously approaches. Before she can get too close, however, Toshinori glances over his shoulder at her and shakes his head. The waitress pauses briefly before nodding and leaving the pair alone. It takes some time, but Inko finally wipes the last of her tears away and blows her nose on a napkin Toshinori hands her. With one last sniffle, Inko meets his gaze again, this time with a steely resolve. She nods her thanks to Toshinori before she slowly murmurs, "I'm almost certain that Izuku is that young villain named Rabbit. Laugh if you want, but I think he's being forced into doing work as a villain, since he definitely wouldn't show raw fear like that if he was under the influence of a brainwashing quirk. And my son would certainly never become a villain voluntarily." Toshinori is quiet for a few moments, absorbing what she just said. He releases her hand, taking another sip of his coffee before responding, "I'm not laughing. And in all honesty, I was thinking the same thing." Inko lets out a sigh of relief. A gentle smile finds its way back to her face, as if smiling is her default expression. Upon taking in her expression and coming to the conclusion that her smile is, in fact, an honest-to-God sincere one, some of the tension leaves his body, his shoulders slumping as he sighs slowly. I imagine Endeavor doesn't know about his son's involvement with Izuku. He's an incredibly talented, hot-headed hero, and he probably wouldn't be too pleased if his son was out making masks and being friends with Apologies, being friends with Izuku, and there's no telling what he'd do if he found your son. So, I'll keep up my search for him. If I find Rabbit, I'll catch him and try to figure out his identity for sure. I doubt it would be good for him if I caught him and didn't release him. I need to figure out the whole story before I act rashly. He explains in a low voice so that only Inko can hear. He notices the way her shoulders slump a bit at his words, but she doesn't protest. Before Toshinori can speak again, Inko reaches out and grasps his hand in both of hers, causing him to jump the slightest bit in surprise. He glances at her face, a question forming on his tongue, but he's silenced by the radiant smile she gives him, tear tracks still visible on her face. "Thank you so much, Toshinori. For everything," she whispers. He wants to respond with something negative, like how this would never have happened if he'd been there to save Izuku. Though, he remembers Inko's words from several days prior and quells the negativity long enough to give her a smile back and respond. "It's no problem at all. Look how cool this thing is." Izuku's voice is muffled behind the mask, which is secured over his face. It's been a long several hours of painting, crazy gluing, duct taping, and readjusting, but the mask is finally done for the most part. There are still a few places that need to be touched up, and the waterproof sealant is still drying, but the mask is, technically, complete. It turned out a lot better than Shudo anticipated, and Izuku was an unexpectedly good painter. The completed mask resembled a pale gray rabbit's face with white stripes under the right eye and red stripes under the left eye. Shudo had protested against this installment, but Izuku wasn't going to be talked down. So, the mask had stripes that matched his friend's two-toned hair. The ears, which had been a pain in the butt to make, ended up being stitched together fabric over plastic and wire framework. Shudo had done his best to make both ears stand upright, but the right one ended up flopping forward in the middle. Izuku, however, loved this, so he stopped complaining. The gas mask filter, the mask's base had been a basic half-face gas mask for graffiti artists, pointed outward from the left side of a rather cutesy rabbit mouth. This, Shudo thought, would suit Izuku better than something creepy or scary, and Izuku seemed to agree. "It looks pretty good for something we threw together in less than a day," Shudo commented, reaching out again to try making the floppy ear stand upright. Izuku dodged away from Shudo, lowering the mask so it hung around his neck. It's not something we threw together, it's the first decent thing I've managed to create, and you helped me do it. He replied, pushing green curls out of his face. Shudo blinked once in surprise. That's right. I've been downplaying this a lot when it probably means a lot to him. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, you didn't dash. He's interrupted by the deranged buzzing of one of their phones. Almost in perfect sync, the blood drains from both of their faces and they meet each other's eyes in fear, the unspoken question hanging between them like a heavy fog. How long has he been trying to contact me? The two of them immediately stand up and hurry over to their phones. It's Shudo's. The name, Endeavor, is illuminated on the screen, and he can feel Izuku's sympathetic gaze on him. He answers the call, bringing the phone to his ear and forcing his voice level as he answers. Hello. Do you have any goddamn idea how long I've been trying to contact you? Shudo has to hold the phone a few inches from his ear, wincing as if he's been hit. Izuku's hand is on his shoulder, and he swallows hard before responding, I apologize. I got caught up in school stuff. Bullshit. I went to your school and you weren't there. Your pathetic excuse of a sister tried to cover for you, but you see how well that went. Shudo's body is racked with tremors. I don't want to go home, I don't want to see him, I never want to go back. Father, a friend of mine that he needed help and I dash. Get your butt back home right FNG now. I don't want to go, I want to stay here, I can't go home, he's going to. Father, he's about to throw a weak argument, but he gives in and changes his mind, that I understand. I'll be home in half an hour. Endeavor hangs up without another word, and Shudo feels the panic rising in his throat. He can understand now how Izuku felt the previous night. It feels like Endeavor is right in the room, eyes like chips of icy blue flint burning holes in the back of his head. Todoroki, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Izuku's voice on his left. It sounds as if he's stuck underwater, and Izuku is calling to him from above the surface. I don't want to go back. Shudo's mouth moves and an uncharacteristically pathetic voice trails from his lips. Midoriya? Take me back with you to wherever the villains are. I don't want to see him. Izuku freezes at Shudo's words. It's that bad? So bad that he'd become a villain? For a moment, the voices in his head burble up like a swiftly flowing creek as he considers his friend's request. Take him with you, he wants to come, you'll have a friend, Shigaraki will like him, run away, help him run away, take him with you, it'll be nice to have him with you. Just as he was starting to like the idea of Shudo coming back with him, he dragged his own mind back and used it. He remembered the hundreds of lacerations, broken bones, and bruises he'd suffered with the villains. The feeling he got when he killed someone. The nausea when he made a mess of a target. He raised his right hand, eyes falling on his severed finger. What if he did the same thing to him? He'd scream, he'd bleed, he'd be hurt, he'd be hurt, he'd be hurt. I can't do that to you. Izuku slowly responds in a low tone, trying to focus on the world around him over his screaming thoughts. Midoriya. I'll come to your house with you. I'll try to defuse the situation a bit. I can take the blame. I'll even throw on the mask and set your yard on fire if it'll distract your Endeavor. I'll mess with him or something. Just that I can't put you through what I've been through. I can't do it, Todoroki. Izuku's words just spilled out of him, and he's looking Shudo directly in the eyes now. Desperate green and horrified gray and blue gazes meet and hold each other for a long while before Izuku thinks back. He remembers how his mother hugged him after he was beaten into the ground by Kaken. How she hugged him when he was told he was quirkless. How she hugged him whenever he was scared, or sad, or upset. And he does the same for Shudo. Granted, he hasn't hugged anyone in a very long time and he isn't sure if he's doing it right, not to mention the way his mind becomes deafeningly loud with many contradicting thoughts. But he's grabbing Shudo by the shoulders and turning him so that they face each other. Then, he moves his arms and gingerly pulls Shudo closer. By the way the other reacts, he hasn't hugged or been hugged in a long time either. He's gone ramrod stiff, his hyperventilation ceasing. It takes a little while for either of them to relax, but it's Izuku who does it first. His tentative grasp grows more certain, and he rests his chin on Shudo's shoulder. You're going through some horrible stuff, and I can't bring you back with me to experience more horrible stuff. You don't deserve that. Izuku murmurs. I thought I said something like that to you last night, didn't I? Shudo asks quietly, slowly bringing his hands up to return Izuku's gesture. Izuku doesn't say anything, but he feels his face grow warm as Shudo rests his forehead on Izuku's shoulder. This isn't the time to be getting embarrassed. He thinks embarrassed is the word. Yeah, he'll stick with that. 20 minutes later, they stand in front of Shudo's house, Izuku wearing a gray hoodie and hiding the mask in the bag slung over his shoulder as Shudo closes his eyes and takes deep breaths. Shudo feels a bit of strength return to him, having Izuku stand next to him as he faces his father. He glances at Izuku, seeing the way his eyes crinkle a bit at the corners and his teeth grind ever so slightly. Those voices in his head are probably giving him hell right now. Still, Izuku says nothing, he just throws on a startlingly believable false smile and leads the way up to the front door. He's about to knock when the door slides open, banging loudly enough against the wall that it rattles. Endeavor's eyes immediately fall on the form of Izuku, who looks even smaller in the hulking man's presence than he normally does. Izuku doesn't even flinch as Endeavor growls, "What are you doing here?" It's less of a question and more of a threat than anything else. Shudo can tell Endeavor's attempting to scare Izuku off through intimidation, and it's not working. In an unbelievable display of his ability as an assassin, Izuku throws on a completely different personality, laughing lightheartedly and scratching the back of his head. He shifts his weight from foot to foot in false excitement before exclaiming, "Whoa! I knew Xiaochen came from a family of high-level heroes, but I had no idea." He whips around, practically hopping up and down, and flashes Shudo an expression of unbridled joy. "You never told me your dad was Endeavor. Why'd you keep that info hidden, man?" Shudo can do nothing but stare in bewilderment. Am I even looking at the same person? His acting is, "I can't believe what he called me? Xiaochen. Good. Can I get your dad's Endeavor, sir? Can I please get your autograph?" Izuku begs the man, who looks almost as surprised as Shudo does. The sight of Endeavor like this almost makes Shudo smirk. He's so confused he doesn't know what the hell to do. Izuku reaches into his bag, withdrawing a tattered notebook Shudo's never seen before, and a pen before shoving them towards Endeavor. He bows deeply, begging once more, "Police! I'm begging you. You're even cooler than All Might and I really want to have your autograph." Shudo GGS internally. He imagines that it's likely taking every last bit of Izuku's willpower to keep up the act after saying that as well. It's working. Izuku's persistence is paying off. Endeavor grunts, taking the pen and notebook and signing it as Izuku hops up and down in borderline creepy fangirl-esque glee. He hands it back with a mutter of, "Shudo come." Swallowing hard, he starts forward. He's caught off guard as Izuku suddenly throws himself on Shudo, arms wrapping tightly around his body as Shudo stumbles a bit under his weight. He can feel his face going red as Izuku laughs, "I'll see you later, ya lucky bee." He wants to say something, but he suddenly feels Izuku's breath warm on his ear and hears words whispered to him, "If anything happens, text me. Please." As if he'd never even let up the act, Izuku peels himself off Shudo, carefully placing the notebook back in his bag with the pen before placing his hands on his hips. A perky smile spreads across his face as Shudo nods, murmurs a quiet goodbye, and steps into the house to stand alongside his father. Hopping backwards lightly, Izuku grins broadly and waves. "See ya, Xiaochen. See ya, Endeavor." Shudo sees the way his father tenses as Izuku moves. He can see the man watching Izuku's feet with cold apprehension. "Oh God." He recognizes his footwork. "Oh God, no." Izuku spins around, practically skipping down the sidewalk until he's completely out of view. Now, Endeavor glances down at Shudo out of the corner of his eye. "You're not friend at his good taste in heroes, but he's the stupidest kid I've ever seen." He mutters before closing the door. As soon as the door closes and casts shadow over the two of them, it's as though Endeavor completely forgets about Izuku being there. Shudo's caught off guard as Endeavor's hand locks onto the front of his shirt and slams his back against the wall. Biting back a cry, Shudo glances up at his father and tries to keep his face emotionless and level. His eyes are what give it away. If you're so scared, why would you do something so FNG stupid in the first place? Endeavor snarls, venom dripping from his voice and burning away Shudo's cold facade. He swallows hard, lowering his gaze. He doesn't want to look at the man grinding his back into the wall. Midoriya, come back. Please come back. Of course, he knows that there's no way Izuku can hear him. He has a pyrokinetic quirk, not a telepathy quirk. It's in the middle of this internalized panic that a backhanded hit connects with his face, snapping his head to the side and leaving his vision riddled with stars. Answer me, Shudo. The growl is close to his face, too close. My friend's afraid of thunder, and last night it was. It was storming and he needed M-dash. He's thrown to the floor before he can finish, and he instinctively brings his arms up to shield his face. No hits come yet, but Endeavor's voice alone makes him flinch. That's his problem, not yours. He's not dying from a little bit of thunder. He needed help. Shudo's thoughts burst from his mouth faster than he can bite them back, and horror immediately washes over him, drowning him in fear. Endeavor's foot connects with his stomach, making him retch with pain and slide across the floor until his back rests against the wall. He doesn't apologize, since he isn't sorry for going to help Izuku. Nor does he cry out for Endeavor to stop, since he knows that it won't end. It never does until Endeavor's anger is satisfied. Better me than Fuyumi. A familiar thought enters his mind. He keeps thinking about it even as Endeavor grabs him by the arm and yanks him roughly to his feet. He's being dragged. To the training hall, he knows this. Better me than mom. Another familiar thought. Both these thoughts, now, are swirling around in his head as he tries in vain to dodge Endeavor's onslaught. The match, being painfully one-sided, ends with Shudo being knocked to the ground, exhausted and covered in bruises and cuts. All he can think about is how he wants to close his eyes and have this whole thing be just some nightmare. He'll wake up in Izuku's bed, and the mask still hasn't been made. He'll politely leave, get to school before Endeavor finds out he's not there, and none of this will have happened. Of course, that's far too good to be true. He's lying on his side, panting heavily, and everything hurts. He can taste blood. The quiet, mundane events of the morning seem millions of light years away. Did they even happen? Yes, he can still taste a tiny bit of apple caught in his teeth, and there are still a few speckles of white paint on his wrist. He's just living a waking nightmare. Endeavor glares down at Shudo for a moment before clicking his tongue in irritation and stepping over him nonchalantly. A few moments after the door slams shut, it creaks open again. Those footsteps are far too light to be Endeavor. Oh my god, Shudo, I'm so sorry I tried. I really did, but dash. Fuyumi. Shudo gasps in pain as he struggles to push himself into a seated position. It takes a while, and some help from Fuyumi, but he finally makes it. As she tends to his injuries, his mind drifts away. It's far, far away from the floor of the training hall, far from any thoughts of his father. It's in the small clearing with Izuku, laughing with him as he does something ridiculous. The grass is soft under his hands, and there's a vague smell of rain. He's yanked back as Fuyumi tends to a particularly painful split in his lip. He's stuck in hell. I have half a mind to tear your guts out and leave you for the birds. Calm down, Jesus, Shigaraki. You called me for something, what do you want? Izuku snaps back into the phone. After having to pretend to be a bug-eyed fanboy for that monster, Izuku's head was unbearably loud and it was making him particularly set off. Well, not set off enough to flip Shigaraki off again with his one remaining middle finger, but he was set off enough to give him some lip. He can hear Kurogyari muttering in the background in an attempt to smooth Shigaraki's ruffled feathers. The thought of Shigaraki being on the brink of pulling his own hair out brings a cold smile to his face. There's some sort of sludge quirk villain on the loose near your old neighborhood and he might pose something of a threat. Go check it out, and if he proves to be a pain in the butt, off him. The villain growls on the other end. Wait, are you just sending me to kill guys because I'm the only annoyance you can handle? I'm touched, Shigaraki. You really do care about me. Izuku pushes the boundary just that much farther. And die, you butt-kissing pissant. Shigaraki hangs up. With a harsh laugh, Izuku lowers his phone and starts off in the direction of his old neighborhood. For a moment, his thoughts grow softer and wander back to the fact that he saw his mother yesterday. Would he run into her again? If he did, what would he do? Todoroki. The thought hits him like a freight train, and his anger is immediately replaced by all-consuming worry. He reaches for his phone, quickly tapping out a message. He's not sure the sound in his head will let him speak properly on the phone, anyways. New_DM. 12:24 p.m. Rabbit? Hey, you okay? Rabbit? I'm gonna bug you until I know you are okay. Rabbit. To do. 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 It takes a full 10 minutes of spam texting before the read icon pops up. Izuku chokes on air, immediately hammering out another message as Shudo is typing. Pops up. Rabbit, please tell me you are okay. Shudo, I'd be lying if I said that. Izuku's blood runs cold and his ears start to ring. Go back, burn, endeavor, make him bleed, scare him, make him fear you, turn him to ash. Izuku growls in irritation, banging a palm against the side of his head in an attempt to ease some of the pressure he feels in his skull. Of course, it doesn't do much other than leave him with a slight dizziness, but old habits die hard. Rabbit, what did he do? Rabbit, I swear to God, I'd have done more if I knew he was gonna. Shudo, don't worry yourself to death, please. Rabbit, you can't stop me from worrying. Just tell me what he did. I want to help. Shudo, it's nothing serious. Rabbit, that's what I was gonna tell you when you are sheet dad burned my leg, but I let you treat it. Now I swear to God, tell me what he did or I'll let me think. Rabbit, I'll throw that hoodie you left at my place in the toilet. Shudo, real mature. Rabbit, God damn it, stop changing the subject, it's making me worry more. Rabbit, you're gonna give me a demon ulcer. Shudo, fine, fine. Shudo, you're a pain. Rabbit, I know. Shudo, he took out some anger on me, okay? Just knocked me around a bit. Fuyumi patched me up. Shudo, Fuyumi's my elder sister, before you ask. Rabbit, oh God, I'm so sorry. Guilt and screeching voices flood Izuku, and he again has a feeling that the reason Shudo had to suffer at the hands of his father is because of him. If he hadn't called Shudo for help, Shudo would have gone to sleep and ended up at school the following day. He wouldn't be messaging Izuku from home, probably covered in painful wounds. It's my fault he did this to him, he shirt because of my should go back hurt and devorburn him to Dora key shirt because he off him. Shudo, stop blaming yourself. Shudo, I don't blame you. It's nobody's fault. Rabbit, too late. It is my fault. I told you when we met that nothing good would come out of being friends with me. Remember? Shudo, and I told you that I don't care about that. I knew fairly well what I was getting into. And I don't regret it. Shudo, even when he knocked me down, I didn't regret it. Rabbit, that doesn't make me feel better. Rabbit, look, just stop coming to see me. I don't want you to get hurt. Shudo, not gonna happen. Izuku groaned. Rabbit, you're infuriating as hell. Shudo, that makes two of us then. Rabbit, I swear I'll find someone with a memory erasing quirk and make them make you forget me. Shudo, you do that and I'll find a way to remember. Rabbit, STOPFORFUCKSSAKES. Shudo, no. Rabbit, okay look. Rabbit, I'm glad you're my friend and all, but just stop. Rabbit, I've got a target to track down. Rabbit, I'll text you later. Shudo, alright. Whereabouts are you? Rabbit, like hell I'm telling you. Shudo, rude. Rabbit, feel like leaving me yet? Shudo, HMM.no. Rabbit, Christ on a bike Todoroki. Shudo, my stance won't change. Rabbit, why not? Shudo, you've allowed me to relax and feel happy again after a very long time. Laugh if you'd like, but I'd like to keep on being your friend. Izuku bites his lip, beginning to walk onward as he continues to message Shudo. The voices grow slightly quieter, resting at a just bearable tone that gives him a brief respite. Rabbit? Rabbit, that changes things. Shudo, you come off as stubborn, but you're ridiculously easy to sway. Rabbit, no, it's just because that's the same way I feel TB. Shudo, oh? Rabbit, you know, if you hadn't showed me mercy in that alley and patched me up at the stump, I probably would have sunken pretty low. Shudo, how low are we talking? Rabbit, suicide mental breakdown low. Shudo, are you serious? Rabbit, I may be a villain, but I don't joke about stuff like this. Shudo, stop calling yourself a villain. And what you said confuses me a bit. Rabbit, how so? Shudo, if you enjoy being around me, why would you push me away? Shudo, I apologize. Reading over that text makes me sound kinda self-centered. Rabbit, no, don't apologize, I understand. Rabbit, and I said this already. I don't want you to be hurt because of me. Shudo, and I said that I don't care about that. Rabbit, and the circle of stupidity is complete. Shudo, so will you stop acting like a stubborn child? Rabbit, only if you do. Shudo, good lord. Rabbit, okay, I give. If your sheet dad won't mess you up, you can come see what I'm doing. I'll be somewhere near Shizuoka Prefecture. Exactly where, my superior just sent me in that general area. I don't think the fucker knows where my target is either. Shudo, okay. Thanks, Midoriya. Rabbit, see you soon maybe? Shudo, Rabbit is offline. Shudo is offline. Izuku lets out a heavy sigh, glancing up at the sky with a hand over his eyes. The voices in his head have gone back to a low rumbling, and for that, Izuku is thankful. It's far too nice a day for all this negative stuff to be happening. As if to further prove his point, there's an explosion in the distance, a pillar of smoke and debris being launched high into the air about a kilometer to the west. Letting a smile of apprehension and slight excitement slip across his face, he reaches into his bag and pulls out the mask once he's sure that there's nobody around. Time for a test run, huh? He murmurs to himself as more flame puffs from his mouth, securing it to his face and bouncing up and down a few times to make sure it stays in place. It wobbles a little bit, and the hood of his sweater doesn't fit over his head, what with the ears being an obstruction, but that's easily fixed when Izuku pulls his switchblade from his pocket and cuts ear holes in the hood of his sweater. Now we're talking. Ears of the mask bobbing with each stride, Izuku breaks into a sprint and begins vaulting over vehicles and up buildings. This, for once, is a mission Izuku can be excited for. It's just reconnaissance and observation, right? He's just gonna watch some villain go crazy. When he reaches the scene, however, he can see from his perch on an apartment complex that this isn't going to be the case. Because the sludge villain has Kaken. His head becomes deafeningly noisy.